So, guess we can get started. Uh, so this one, I think only Dakota was over here at the time, but I got this one shot off of like a little group package book off of DM's Guild where it's just 10 one-page one-shots. So there's a lot of room for interpretation and a lot of room for improvising. So I have the basic story plot down, like written out for me already, but a lot of this is going to be improv for me. So flexing my creative muscles.
To the guild hall it is, my friend.
All right. So, as I said before, this takes place in the city of Waterdeep, which I'm going to be honest, I don't have a lot of knowledge of. I know it's a place and a lot of source books. Uh, so you guys have been an adventuring party together for some time. Um, you're resting at the local tavern after finishing your latest quest. You know, the very typical BS one-shot start.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, I am? Yeah, that's weird. Normally it doesn't do that.
Now you're pretty clear.
Okay. Sorry about that. All right, so yeah, you guys
Much
are
better. Much better.
y'all are just relaxing at the local tavern. It's kind of getting towards dawn, or dawn or dusk. I always get them confused. Dusk. You know, the everyone's kind of off work at this point. The farmhands are into the city. The markets or the stalls have like started to slowly bring it to the close. Not all of them, but you know, some of them like the fruit stands and like the basic goods are like closed off for the day for the evening. And everyone's come to the tavern and relaxing and unwinding from a long day of work. It's getting a little rowdy, but you all are hanging out. If you guys want to describe yourself and your characters.
Matt Trix is a deep gnome or a surfneblin, a ash skinned gnome, and he is 3 feet tall or so, like the average gnome. However, he is actually quite yoked. Very swole, muscular, and easily could pass as a dwarf if it wasn't for his cleanly shaven face. Aside from that, he wears very modest clothing. Simple cloth pants and both hand and foot wraps, rather than shoes or gloves proper. And he carries a walking stick and a rather large, common backpack that looks to be stuffed to the gills with random adventuring gear, torches, lanterns, and the like. Bedrolls, tents, maybe.
I guess I'll go. Felonius the Fortunate is an older, like upper middle aged, if you will, dwarf. Kind of graying, reddish brown hair, kind of like streaks of gray going through it, pulled back in a nice tight bun. Long, like well groomed beard, a handful of braids and beads and like metal trinkets twisted throughout the beard. He's got a very nice, large, curled mustache on top of that beard. And he's got big, puffy red cheeks that always seem to be upturned, as if he's just always grinning happily. His eyes kind of slightly squinted. He's wearing a half plate trimmed in silver, the half plate itself being a nice, like, almost onyx black. And then no greaves or anything, just the half plate down to a like basic over the top of a nice set of robes, trimmed with very bright, like regal purple. Doesn't stand very tall, and it's a little over 3 feet on the shorter side. He's got a nice little pot belly sticking out underneath that half plate, and he's wielding a very nice, if not a little gaudy in its trim, warhammer. And I guess since we've been together as a party for a while, you guys would know that Felonius was a historian and scholar who went raiding with his friend Maurice down into some caverns and found an item that he accidentally unleashed the power to, which bestowed him with divine power from the goddess of luck. Unfortunately, in that blast, his friend Maurice was disintegrated, and the power kind of snapped Felonius's brain a little bit. And he never quite came to terms with the fact that his friend is gone. And so he still speaks to him sometimes through a scar on his hand. If you guys have ever seen people like talk with their fist, where they move their thumb to make a face, he had a scar from the blast that vaguely resembled a face, and he just started speaking to it as if Maurice had somehow been absorbed into him. So he's just a little fucking loony, but he's lucky as fuck. And he's a very powerful caster.
Amazing.
I am going to be playing Harry Sunshine, who is a Trickster Domain hill dwarf. Kind of similar looking in, like, not in terms of physical appearance, well, like facial appearance, but to Felonius. He's donning some really nice, like, pristine looking half plate, like it hasn't even seen battle, as well as kind of dragging along a war hammer that you might suspect might be just a little too heavy for him. Can't really use it, but he's kind of a scraggly looking hill dwarf. He's got a little bit of scars, like, on his face. He's kind of got a bushy beard, but kind of scruffy at the same time. It's kind of maybe missing a patch on one of his cheeks. Big furry eyebrows. Just kind of keeps to himself, and often will kind of grab his kind of his holy symbol, which is just a coin on a string, and that's really it. Just maybe like a piece of copper. Like, it's very simple, but it's he's constantly kind of rolling it in his fingers if he can, and you kind of get the idea that this individual is maybe not the most trustworthy. He's very kind of vague in his answers, and doesn't kind of seems like he's out for himself, you know. So yeah, that's Terry Sunshine.
All right.
Right. And I'm playing Gavi, Goblin, Berserk, or Battle Rager, Barbarian. He runs around in spiked armor and carries a great axe. He's very skidded. He's from a tribe that got decimated by a dragon attack after he had helped steal gold. And the dragon found out and came and tore apart his whole village. So he's very skittish around shadows, but very aggressive otherwise. Because he's got that short man stature where everything's an insult and he's just ready to fight as a result.
I love it. All right, sounds like some amazing characters. We're going to get into some shenanigans. All right, so as I said before, you guys are eating in this tavern. You're relaxing, having some ales. More and more people are starting to pour in. There's some getting kind of rowdy. There's people playing like various games. The tavern keep. He's running back and forth between the bar and the kitchen and different tables. Sweating up a storm. He looks like he's probably working this by himself and was, probably should have expected it to be this busy as a normal day, but, here he is running it by himself anyway. What would you guys like to do?
Here.
You just shout this out into the bar?
Yep.
I'm with the green man. I could use one myself.
Oh yes, Matt Trix will make his way to the bar and sit down and just kind of stare stoically at the bartender until he is served.
This bartender who's running back and forth. He's at the bar now, kind of handing out some drinks to a few people. A big, portly man with ruddy cheeks and a balding head, with a ring and a towel in his hands as he's kind of dabbing it on his forehead. He kind of stops and gives you a funny look, and then slowly walks over. Can I help you there? What can I get you?
Without breaking the intense stare, he will just hold up. Matt Trix will hold up a single finger as to gesture one, and then to the party. Be remaining silent, holding up a single finger, and then gesturing a single round for the party, but still staring intensely at this bartender.
Okay. Any preference? You know what? Never mind. I'll bring it over to your table. That'll be. Kind of stops and is counting on his fingers real quick. 1 silver piece for the whole round.
I'll slide a couple gold on the table and then do a bow as I put a fist up against an open hand and bow, and then go find myself and the party a table, I guess.
Felonius will just look over at Terry as this happening, just kind of lean in and whisper, that guy's a little intense, but I mean, if he's going to buy our drinks, it's our lucky day, right? And he'll just kind of rib him a little bit and go to take his round.
Terry will be kind of nervous and back. Well, yeah. All right. I guess so. Just kind of rubbing his holy symbol, or what appears to be his holy symbol, following the group.
It's the barkeep looks concerned for this strange man, but at the same time elated as he picks up the 2 gold pieces and rushes off to get a round of drinks, places them on a tray, and then quickly walks out to the party's table, lays out in front of everyone these 4 large mugs of frothing ale. Yeah, let me know if you guys need anything else. I'll be here running around. So just flag me down. I'll take care of you. And he quickly walks off, not even waiting for a response, off to the next customer.
Is the bar like full, or is it like, how busy are we looking here?
It's fairly full. I mean, it's quite a medium to large size tavern, um, but it's not packed to the brim. But it's fairly busy. Um, there's people scattered throughout different tables talking loudly. There's one solo instrumentalist picking away at a lute on this small little, if you can call it a stage, um, in the corner. Playing a little background music. So it's fairly lively.
Noted. I just kind of sip my ale and silently tune into the party, see what the plan is from here.
Gobby slams down his drink, slams the mug down on the table. More beer!
Thelonious would have kicked back, took a couple of big swigs, and then his left hand would slowly rise next to him. And you see him kind of look over, and he's like, "Oh, my mistake. I should have given you some right away there, Maurice. You're probably pretty thirsty." And he tips the mug into his open left hand a little bit, and just acts like it's nothing, goes back to hanging out, looking around at you guys. Imagine he looks over at Terry. He's like, "Can you tell us again about the time that you stole that guy's leg?"
Terry's kind of he hears them, but he's not really paying attention so much just to really even answer him. He's kind of scoping the tavern, actually currently looking to see if there's anyone in the tavern that has a peg leg.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh, look at him. He's looking for another one. That Terry. He'll get your legs every time.
I'm gonna get you. Perception. All right, here we go. Ooh. 17.
All right, I just rolled a random luck check. D20. I was going to do 1 to 10. There was no one with a peg leg, and 11 to 20. There's someone with a peg leg, and I rolled a 12 and a 17 perception check. You, in fact, see one man sitting off at the corner. He's at a small table by himself with a drink of his own, and he's sitting in front of the bard who's picking away at a lute, playing a pleasant tune, and he's just kind of, you almost hear it before you actually see it, but he's tapping his leg on the ground, his peg leg, so you hear just a little like knocking in a rhythmic pattern as he's bouncing. He's smiling, he's having a great time, sipping his drink, enjoying this music, and just tapping along with his wooden peg leg on the floor.
Terry seeing this is going to be like, "Well, boys, I'll be right back," and just kind of like tap the table, down his drink, slam it on the table, and just start making his way over to this individual.
Oh, he's gonna get another one, boys. You better watch this. And as he goes away, I'm gonna pat him on the back and cast guidance. And then I'll just nudge Gobby and be like, "Gobby, why don't you go get us a drink? I can't imagine this will take long, and we don't want to miss the show." And he just starts like rubbing his hands together and staring at Terry as he heads off.
So Terry will approach the individual, and I'm sorry. Then the description of the I'm assuming it's maybe like a bard kind of character. So he's playing a lute and tapping his peg leg.
Oh, the bard, the person with the peg leg is a older gentleman of a halfling descent, sitting watching the bard. So he's at a table and sitting on this.
Okay.
And it looks to be like, I mean, there's as you look around, you notice that there's a mixture of different races in here. There's, a lot of different people come and live in Waterdeep. So there's like halflings and dwarves and elves and humans. So there appears to be accommodations for everyone. So he's sitting on a much smaller chair, so his feet can actually reach the ground, and he's just tapping his peg leg on the ground.
So Terry will walk up to this individual and kind of maybe gesture and be like, "Well, you mind if I pull up a seat and sit next to you? What a Wow, this instrumental is beautiful.
It takes him a moment to realize that you're talking to him because he's so engrossed in the music. But then he kind of shakes his head and looks up at you, and he's like, "Oh, yes, yes, of course. I'm just sitting here. It's been a long day of working at my fruit stall, and I'm just enjoying this music. I come here once a week to listen to this fine gentleman play. But please, yes, have a seat.
Oh, you're in the business of fruit.
Yes, yes. I've been running this fruit stand. It's been in my family for generations. It's really all that we have. It's not much, but it's enough to get by."
Well, it's a noble profession. And he'll kind of glance down at his leg, and he'll see that he's tapping to the music and be like, well, seems that you got a little knack for rhythm.
Oh, uh, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a music prodigy or anything, but I do fancy myself a slight musician. But
Well, seems that we all have things that we love, and it seems that that is your music is your outlet. Let me tell you something. What do you think about that peg leg? What happened? What happened there? He's gonna cut right to the chase.
looks at you confused for a moment. What do I think about my peg leg? I mean, I'd rather have a real leg, but you know, I mean, it was an accident. Uh, when I was a younger man, we were trying to get the cart up this large hill, and my father was up in age at the time, and he slipped, and I tripped trying to catch the cart from rolling down the hill, and it went right over my leg, and there's nothing we could do about it. The cleric said it was too far gone to heal properly, so well, they chopped it off, and I've had this peg leg ever since. But I mean, it's done me fine.
Oh, that's a damn shame. But what if I could tell you that I could maybe help you out a little bit? Maybe make this leg of yours a little bit more, how do I say, um, more user friendly, or maybe helpful in your fruiting business.
You see his leg stops bouncing for for a moment, and he kind of like turns his body more towards you. You seem to have his attention. What's what do you mean by that? Like, how can you make this better? I'm just a little confused. Can you clarify?
Oh, I'd love to. Um, Let me, before I give you my answer, I just make sure I want to have my information correct. What what sort of fruit do you collect?
Oh, all sorts of fruits, different melons, stone fruits, citrus, anything we can get our hands on, really, whatever is in season this time, the time of the year. We deal with the farms directly. Like I said, we've been running this stand for generations, so we're friends with a lot of the farmers around here. So they cut us some good deals. Mhm. Yeah, pretty much anything.
Well, what if I could what if I told you that I could turn that leg into a tool to help you gather fruit?
I'm listening. How would you do that?
Well, first thing I would do is I would take a wooden spool and maybe use some twine to make a spring-loaded net come out of your leg, and you could use it as a net to grab down fruit from a tree, or maybe haul back a day's, catch of fruit.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh boy.
Don't forget to add a D4 for guidance.
Oh shit, that's right. Sorry, you said that was persuasion?
Yeah.
All right. uh 16 with 420 and with guidance 1, so 21.
He kind of, small like grin spreads across his face, and he nods. That actually doesn't sound too bad. But what's the catch? What do you? I'm assuming you're not just gonna help an old man out for nothing.
Well, let's just say I've had tough times, and I've been through tough times, and a lot of others never helped me when I was a young lad, and I kind of wish some people did help me. So, as a generous gift from my deity, I would love to just do this free of charge for you. The only thing it's going to really cost you is that you're not going to be able to have a leg for at least 2 days. So that's the catch, really.
Roll me another persuasion check. Persuade him to give up his leg, a working man to give up his leg for 2 days.
All right, please, sweet Jesus. Ooh, Terry. That is a 7.
You still get the D4. I don't think it's a guidance. Is guidance one time, or is that?
I think guidance is on a single roll. Let me double check.
No, I think you're right. I think bless is for whatever roll, for however long it is.
Yeah, just the
Yeah.
one roll. I can cast it unlimited though. That's
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, I don't know if I can do that, sir. I mean, like I said, I'm a working man, and I don't know if I can go without a leg for 2 full days. I mean, I'd be hopping back and forth trying to push this cart around.
Well, it's it usually takes 2 days to do this, but I can do it in 1. But that's the shortest amount of time I can do it in. But you're gonna have to give me a leg.
All right, give me another persuasion check.
17?
All right, well, I suppose I'm due for a little vacation. I can take one day off. Sure, why not? But how do I find you again? Will you just meet me back here tomorrow, or?
24 hours from now, or 1 day from now. So tomorrow evening, I'll have the leg back for you, and with it installed, a catching device.
Uh, okay, all right, fine. Why not? This could be interesting. And you see him like lean over and start like undoing some straps. It appears that because it's about like where the knee is, so he's got it like these leather straps attached to this carved wooden peg leg, and it just kind of like seems to like go up his hip and then around his waist to keep it kind of firmly strapped into place. And he's like slowly like undoing these straps, and eventually he takes it off and hands you the peg leg. All right, well, please be careful because down need my leg. But yes, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. You'll see me tomorrow. And he takes the leg and he's kind of walking away with it briskly. And he kind of turns back and says to him, "Oh, I'll take care of it as if it were my own leg. And I'm sorry. I never even taught your name."
Oh, Tobias.
Well, Tobias, by tomorrow evening, you'll be able to have as much fruit as you can gather.
I'm excited to see it. Thank you very much.
And Terry will return to the table with the peg leg and kind of looking around and just kind of stuffing it into his bag.
And as you walk back up to the table, I imagine Felonius is just cackling. Like he and Maurice, his left hand, are both just like rocking back and forth and laughing and tapping the table. Ooh, that Terry Maurice, did you see that? He talked that man out of another one. I have no idea how he does that. It's like magic.
I feel like sitting next to Terry at the bar or at the table, kind of look down like, is there a bag full of prosthetic limbs that you just like added to your collection or something?
What do you think the bag of holding's for?
It's like ears, except it's peg legs.
Jeez.
Matt Tricks
building a throne
silently
of bags.
judges you all, but says nothing and sips his beer.
Amazing. Okay. All right. So, is there anything anyone else wanted to do in this tavern for the time being?
Not particularly. I don't know about you boys, but I'm a little flush with cash, and I'm in good spirits. I wouldn't mind, seeing what the local shops got in case they've got anything of the magical persuasion. That's sort of my deal, as a lot of you know.
Yeah, I could go about the town. I did promise this guy a peg leg that could fetch fruit as a net. May as well find supplies.
Oh, are you gonna actually make him a fruit catching leg, or?
Oh,
Well,
no,
that sounds rather
no,
intricate.
no. It's for me.
Yeah, Matt Tricks will just follow suit silently, but gesture turn. He'll make sure to silently kind of turn his pockets inside out as he kind of looks to the party, and not a whole lot of there.
All right. So, is everyone getting up and leaving the bar?
Well, I'm ready to go if you lot are.
Is this would we have seen like some shops or something on our way to this location, or are we just kind of out for exploring the area?
Yeah. So as you guys were walking through the town to get to the tavern, you saw like a few shops and then like a central marketplace area where there was some stalls set up of different like traveling merchants coming through and selling their wares. So there's and I mean it's a pretty big city, so there's ample um, stores and merchants around.
As we're walking around, every now and then, I would just like to use, oh god, what was the spell? Prestidigitation to cause shadows to just kind of every now and then, just a shadow kind of sailing by on the ground as if something's flying overhead. Because I'm getting a kick out of watching the goblin get a little spooked.
Yeah, so Gabi, every now and then there's actually Felonius, roll me a sleight of hand check.
Can do. This is the first time I think I've ever played a character that didn't have any dexterity modifier, so 18 though.
uh, Gabi, what's your passive perception?
Oh, it's only 9.
Okay. So every now and then you see this shadow just like fly across the street, like sometimes over you, sometimes in front of you, and like you dart your head up to look to see what it could possibly be making these shadows, looking around, but you don't see a thing. It's just these inexplicable shadows kind of darting back and forth every now and then across the pavement as you all walk down the street.
And as we're walking, I'll have my left arm around Terry, but my left hand still is in the Maurice mouth shape. So it's like I'm hanging out with my two buddies, and I'm just giggling, watching the shadows spook the goblin.
And so,
Whenever he sees a shadow kind of cross over him, you see him just kind of dug down into just a metallic ball, basically, holding his great axe, scanning the skies. Just
it's a tiny metal hedgehog. And it's anyone who's looking for something from a shop, go ahead and roll me an investigation check, and we'll see what you guys find.
So I'm not exactly flush with cash, but could we say that I would help a member of my party that was looking for something, i.e., kind of give them advantage on said investigation roll?
Yeah, I'd allow that. And so,
So
one
what
of
are you
you
guys
all
looking
can-
for that Matt Tricks can help you find?
I was basically, just because Alec mentioned there might be opportunity to buy things, I was just tossing it out there to move along from the tavern. But if I happened upon some marvelous pigments, that would be pretty fucking rad because I love that item. But I was just in general looking to see what I could spend most of my cash on because I didn't really spend that much in character creation.
Yeah.
But you said investigation check?
Yeah, anyone who wants to look for like shops, like look around and buy something, you can roll a investigation check.
It's a 16 for me.
16?
You can roll with advantage for my help action,
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
All right. Oh, 19.
19. Okay. Um,
It's fucking Felonious, man. He's the luck-based sorcerer.
Terry with a natural 20.
would it be possible to find like a chain of returning to attach to my axe?
Yeah, roll me investigation check as well. Let's see, because very specific.
$17.
17? All right, yeah, I'd let you. Yeah, so, and then specifically, Felonius, you were looking for the pigments of whatever.
Yeah, marvelous pigments.
Yeah.
Trying to think. Yeah, it's just marvelous pigments. I think when I got him in another one shot, I think Sean billed him as about 1,500 gold. It doesn't have a price on him, so it's totally up to you.
Okay. And Terry Sunshine, were you looking for anything in particular, or just kind of looking in general?
I was just going to try to pick up some half plate as well as maybe some fishing net and maybe some springs or something that I could forge into a spring of some sort. Maybe some wooden spools.
Okay. Yeah, all that is very easily possible with a natural 20. All right, so I'm just gonna go down the list. Felonious, with your 19, you're kind of walking around and you see a shop that catches your eye and has some various trinkets and of the sort. And you do in fact see a tiny little kind of clay pot with a cork on it, and it's kind of like multicolored, painted around the pot. Just a very beautiful kind of rainbow effects around this tiny little pot.
I imagine as he's walking around and looking, Maurice is also looking around, and Maurice sees the pot first. And he's like, "What? I'm sorry, what was it?" And he turns and he's like, "Oh, Maurice, you found him! Oh, wonderful! I think this is exactly what we were looking for." And he'll go right over and pick it up and call out to the shopkeep and be like, "Oi, how much do you want for these?"
Oh, well, that is a rare magical item. I'd say at least 1,700 gold pieces for that there.
Whew. Whew. Those are some water deep prices if I've ever heard them. You don't think you've got a little bit of wiggle room? I mean, me and my friends here are probably about to spend a fair amount of gold, so you'll make more in the long run treating us all kind than you would treating just one of us regularly, if you know what I mean. And he'll kind of wink at him as he's eyeballing the pigments.
Well, oh no. I mean, it's very useful. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
All right. Ooh, +8. All right. Here we go. That is a 3. However, I am Felonius the Fortunate, and I'm burning a luck point.
Okay.
That is a 19.
Well, if everyone else is looking to buy some stuff too, I guess I can give you guys a group rate discount. All right, 1,500 gold. That's the lowest I'm going.
Oh, well, you've certainly got yourself a deal. You have made my friend Maurice and I very happy, and the hand nods at him.
It gives you a very odd, quizzical look and just kind of hands it to you and takes your gold and kind of just like ushers you off.
And yeah, as he's walking away, he'll just call back to the party and be like, "Hey, you gents, make sure that you treat him right. He's a right fine lad right there. Got myself some pigments for a great price."
And Gabi, as you kind of looking around the table as well, you do see this kind of looks almost like manacles. It's got like a ring on one end that's about the size of a average wrist, and then on the other, kind of like a smaller looking ring, uh, maybe about like 3 inches and 2 to 3 inches in diameter, and then it's a long chain kind of spooled between those two rings, and it is in fact a chain of returning.
Gabi will just point at it. How much for this chain?
Uh, the merchant kind of it starts a little surprised because he can't exactly see you over the edge of his stall, but then he kind of like you see him lean over and kind of look down at you and be like, "Oh, you're an interesting looking fella. His chain."
Matt Tricks, being roughly the same size and in the same area, will just kind of flip this guy off as he does that.
Like, "Oh, yeah, you guys are abrasive little bunch. All right, that's about 1,500 gold pieces as well. Yeah, these are some fine magical items I'm selling here. And you're not gonna be able to find them anywhere else here in Waterdeep."
How much for Gabi the Dragon Slayer?
Oh, for Gabi the Dragon Slayer, 1,500 gold pieces.
How much for Gabi the Merchant Slayer? And just give him a mean mug.
Can I give him the assist? Can I give him the help action and also give him a dual midget mean mug?
Yeah, you were standing right there and already said you were kind of being abrasive towards him. Gabi, give me a intimidation check with advantage.
Ha ha!
Alright. Roll 1. It never likes me to do advantage for some fucking reason.
Oh, damn.
A 22. Let's see if we can improve on that. Nope, 22.
That's still really good. He kind of sees your mean mug, and then the impressive yet small looking monk beside you, that combined with your terrifyingly spiky armor and your equally terrifying goblin visage, he kind of goes wide eyed for a second. It's like, look, I'm not looking for any trouble. No need to change your name from Dragon Slayer to Merchant Slayer. Fuck it. 1,000 gold. I'm still making a profit on it, whatever.
That good deal. I killed next dragon in your name.
Papa, just take it and go. And he snatches the gold from you and just kind of starts closing up shop now because he's just trying to get away from you.
I give him an intense stare as I like flex. I do like bounce my pecs back and forth as I'm staring at him intensely, watching him close.
He starts closing the shop down faster, like moving his, like closing the stall, kind of pushing things together. Like, oh fuck, I'm just gonna go to the tavern, have a drink. Oh, fuck these guys. Just like mumbling under his breath. And Terry, for you, you're kind of wandering around the stalls as well, and then you, pretty soon you hear the metallic ringing of a blacksmith close by. You kind of wander over. You see this gruff, beefy-looking dwarf. Like he is just jacked. Just from you can tell he spends every day, all day, just hammering away at this anvil. He's currently working on what appears to be some kind of sword or blade, just hammering out this hot steel as you walk up. And you see various like racks around his working area, holding like weapons, some armor, and you do see some half plate armor.
I feel like a fool because I realized that I said I needed armor, but then I just went ahead and bought half plate. So I actually don't need half plate, but I think this guy might be able to help me out with some maybe some springs.
Yeah, I mean you could check out the various wares too. I mean you rolled a natural 20, so
Terry will approach this hill dwarf or not this dwarf, sorry, and just be like, "Oh, hey there, brother."
he doesn't even stop his hammering. He just kind of glances up at you and gives you a nod. Hello, what can I get you? I got weapons, armor. Need anything custom? I can do that, but it's gonna take some time and cost extra gold.
Well, I'm looking for a few specific little pieces of components.
All right, I might be able to help with that. What in particular?
Well, I'm looking for maybe something like a sort of spring that could maybe propel something.
Spring? I mean, that's not normally what I make, but I think I might have some of the back. Just some scrap tools I might have. Let me go check. And he takes some time to quenches what he's working on in some oil to the side and places it back on his anvil. Places his hammer down, neatly, kind of very organized with his stuff. Then walks off towards the back, towards like this small like shed of a room kind of deal. Um, A couple minutes go by, you hear some like rustling, a couple like things like ting 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 ting, just like falling off shelves. Ample cursing, and then he comes back out with an assortment of 3 springs, various sizes and thicknesses, um, various sizes and thickness. Well, I mean, I got these, but I don't know if you what you're using them for, but is a probably one of these will do the trick. I mean, fucking springs. You can give me a couple silver pieces. I don't care.
Let me, maybe I should let you in on some of this story a little bit. And he'll pull out the peg leg and kind of give him the whole, kind of really like ham it up. He's going to tell him the whole story of, oh, I took this leg from a poor fruit harvesting young lad, or well, actually old bastard, and he's I said I would help him out, and I just feel I might not have enough time to get this figured out. Is there a chance I could have this commissioned and have you maybe work on a concept of mine, and I'll pay you so handsomely?
Oh, Tobias, I know that guy. He's a kind man. I mean, if you're looking to help him out, I don't mind helping. What was your idea? You trying to make him jump real high or something?
No, 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 no. You see, I promised him I could make this peg leg into basically a fishing net. But honestly, I can't really do that. I'm not so savvy with manipulating parts and components. But you are, and that's where you come in. I was thinking about maybe having a spring, maybe chopping the tip off of the bottom of the leg. So you could open maybe a shaft at the bottom, and the spring would pop out with a net. And you could use that to catch fruit from a tree. But I don't know. I don't think I could definitely assemble this. I don't know if I know this is an odd ask, but maybe it might be something you can do.
He kind of gives you a strange look, then shrugs his shoulders. I mean, for Tobias, he's a good fellow. Like I said, I suppose I can try. Yeah, just give me a few silver for materials, especially if I end up actually breaking this leg. I want to replace the form. Let's put it at 5 silver, and then I guess I'll try and work it out.
And Terry will kind of pull out his backpack and lay down a hefty sum of 300 gold on the counter. He's going to plop it right down, and he'll be like, let's just say, what if you work a little bit of overtime and I can have that by dawn?
Well, shit. He like quickly like looks around and like shovels the 300 gold into like a pocket on his apron. Then glances back at you. Yeah. I'll get working on this now. Expedited order. I hear that. Yeah, I'll get it. Just come back here tomorrow afternoon and I'll have it done. Or
And,
at least like.
and lastly, I promised him it would harvest a ton of fruit. So if you could make that net as big as possible for poor Tobias, so he could just gather as much fruit as he could.
Yeah, no worries. I'll take care of it.
Harry will wink and kind of say, "May the gods bless you, and thank you for your cooperation and your willingness to help a fellow local out."
Yeah, God's bless. Yeah, all that. All right. Go on, get. I got work to do. And he just kind of picks up the leg and the springs that he brought out and kind of wanders off back towards more of the workshop area where he's got like some table, like a large table set out and some parchment, and he starts sketching and thinking of ideas.
Harry will walk back or kind of step back with the group and just be like, "Well, I got what I needed done. Anything else for you guys?
Actually, as you group reconvenes, you're kind of hanging out in the middle of this market area, figuring out your next destination. You see a kind of a pale older man start to walk up. He looks pretty sullen and just kind of dead in the eyes as someone who's just not enjoying life. But he's wearing what looks like it used to be very fine clothing, like almost like a butler outfit, like kind of like a black tailcoat, and he's got like an overcoat on, and a very white shirt and trousers. But it looks like it's pretty worn, like it's seen some disrepair, like it hasn't been you know cleaned or tailored in a while. But at one point, it was a very fine piece of uh, outerwear. And he like slowly walks up to you. uh, Hello, I have been sent by my mistress to find you. um, Here, I don't feel like explaining it, just take this. And he hands you, who's ever one of you, a scroll kind of like wrapped up, and it's got this red wax seal of a, a crown stamped on it. It's pressed shut. My mistress calls for your aid. Please read it. If you accept her offer, you can find us in the castle ward at the Amble Crown Manor. It'll be well, you'll know it when you see it. It's not that great, but oh well. And then he just kind of turns around and walks off, doesn't even wait for a response.
You boys hear that? Lad's got a mistress. He's pretty open about it with strangers. Usually you keep that kind of thing down low, so your wife doesn't find out and whatnot. Anyway, what's the letter say?
So as you open it, you see this very fine calligraphy or script, like very well written. But it's signed Lady Amblecrown, and she says, um, "Please, I am calling upon you in my most dark hour. My One of my servants, my most favorite servant, has gone missing, and I fear him dead. I believe there's something haunting my manor, and I know of no one else brave enough to take on this challenge. I have heard of your exploits throughout the town and your bravery, and I believe you are just the ones who can help me find out what is going on and where my servant has gone. And I promise a very ample reward. Just please come at your earliest convenience to Ambercrombie Manor, and I can explain it in greater detail."
Miss Anvil Crone has spookies. They are no match for Gabi, for Gabi is the Dragon Slayer.
Maurice nods, and Felonius says, "Well, if Maurice has the utmost confidence in you, then so do I. I'm sure we could handle it."
Yeah, Matt Trix would, still kind of remaining silent, turns his pockets inside out and reveals that there is nothing but pocket lint, and puts them back in, and rubs his fingers together with a big smile, kind of gesturing towards like a payday, like, and then a thumbs up, like he's in.
Monkey wants to see if they have banana.
All right. So, you all make your way through town, kind of in the general direction that the servant, the butler type gentleman who handed you the missive, walked off towards, and you're fairly familiar with the town. You kind of know the general direction in which the castle ward is located, and this is kind of like the noble families are kind of off in this section of town. Um, and where all their manors are. It's a very large section of the town because each mansion has fairly decent amount of land surrounding it. Giving them their privacy and their for their gardens and their whatever what have you like rich people have on their large properties. But so you make your way there. As you're walking up, you see a few kind of manors off in the distance, and then you see one which kind of fits the description of the servants because all the rest look pristine, well taken care of. The grounds are beautifully well kept. The hedges and the flowers and the fronts of the buildings look clean and well maintained. And then there's this manor kind of off towards the back that is just looks like it was once a great estate, but it's the front is all covered with vines. The hedges are slightly overgrown. There's weeds. All the flowers have kind of like died from not being maintained and taken care of. So it definitely looks to be the one that the servant was describing, and kind of matches his outfit as well. He looked like he was not his outfit wasn't very well maintained. So as you make your way up, you get a better view of it. It's a fairly decent sized manor and off some fairly good grounds, like maybe like a couple acres of land that matches the rest that you saw from afar. Just not very well maintained, overgrown bushes, trees covered in vines. The manor just does not look taken care of. And you all like, knock on the door, walk right in. What would you like to do? Would you like to, walk around, explore?
If you gentlemen wouldn't mind for just a moment. And he'll set down the pigments and he'll pull out the quill and he'll look at Maurice and he'll be like, "What exactly did you want?" And Maurice will whisper in his ear and he'll go, "Oh, yeah, I think I can do that." And he draws eyebrows and a beard onto his hand and with the pigments. And then they slowly start to grow into existence. So now Maurice has eyebrows and a beard. And he's just really trying to sell the Maurice thing and his insanity.
Yeah, so as you all turn and watch, you see him pull out this small pot and a little paintbrush, and you watch him start to doodle on his, the side of his hands, like by the knuckles and on his thumb, and looks kind of like a fairly decent sketch of like what like hair would be for someone like painting on skin. But as you watch, it slowly begins to transform, and his knuckles legitimately sprout bushy eyebrows and a small beard coming from his thumb, and it is somewhat disturbing. It's a very odd sight.
With a loud sigh, Matt Trix will give a knock on the door, a quick rap 3 times, tap tap tap.
After Matrix knocks, Gabi just walks in.
All right. So,
Trix follows.
as you just kind of like barge through the door, you see the same man who brought you the scroll, kind of like a few feet away, like stop and wide eyed, and then realize, kind of recognize that it's you all, and then he just sighs. Well, I guess you're not one for manners either. Okay, please follow me.
He knock. You slow to answer. Your fault.
Whatever, I don't care. Follow me. And he kind of leads you through the main foyer. And the inside very much matches the exterior of the property. It's very dusty, and some of the wallpaper is peeling on some of the walls. Um, all the furnishing, the chairs look very old and worn. Some of the stuffing kind of peeking out of holes in some of the chairs and love seats. But he leads you through to a study, and the wall is lined with bookshelves and a large desk, and then a roaring fireplace off in the corner. And you see a human woman, about her, maybe like early mid 30s, long auburn hair, fair skin. She's rather beautiful, and she's wearing a very well adorned, beautiful red dress, but it also looks to be kind of in somewhat disrepair, like everything else in the air and in this manner. Looks like it could use with like a washing and a tailoring, but still, she strikes an appearance nonetheless. She slowly stands up, her eyes go wide, and she looks rather nervous as you all walk in, kind of like fidgeting, twiddling her thumbs. Um, and she quickly like walks over halfway across the room. Hello, yes, I'm Lady Amplecrown. I'm so happy that you decided to come. Please come. Let me explain what's going on. And
Does
she kind
she
of
have any decanters sitting out?
yes, she does. She's actually at a small side table next to her. She also has like a glass of wine that is about half full. But there are some decanters on a wet bar in the room where none of them is completely full. Like at most, they're like half empty. But there are like a few various what appear to be like wine, like a couple like wines, and maybe like one or two like dark liquors.
Gabby looks for the one that looks the most full and just grabs it and starts drinking it.
Uh, oh, yes. Please help yourselves. Uh, Mephistus, can you please get the rest of them drinks? Please, yes, everyone, please sit down. We can get things going. She sits back down in her chair and picks up her glass with both hands and is kind of still like nervously fidgeting, like her eyes like moving back across all of you. Mephistus works, and he grabs drinks for each of you. Like, doesn't really ask. He just kind of picks up random glass, fills it with a random liquid, and hands it to a random person. Looking very bored and just doesn't really care. So some of you get like a whiskey or like a wine, but she sits down and patiently waits for everyone.
What would Gabi have grabbed?
The most full would have been some sort of bourbon, and it is not good. It
Gabi will
tastes. Yeah.
take after his drink, just be like, your beer tastes like wood. Get better beer. And keep drinking.
Yeah, and as you all kind of start to sip on your various drinks, you all kind of like screw up in the face a little bit. Like it's like nothing really tastes like it's kind of shit. Like bottom shelf alcohol.
Basically, think of what you drank in high school and go cheaper.
Yeah.
I will cast Prestidigitation on my drink, and I will flavor it to be something more tasty.
Okay. Easy enough.
And then I will sit back and happily enjoy it and share it with Maurice.
Matrix will go between staring at the lady in the room and Maurice.
And I will look at him and be like, it's not polite to stare. We know he has scars. He was in an explosion.
Somebody have problem with scars? Probably has scars. Scars from dragon.
Maurice's jaw drops. And Felonius looks over and says, I know. The first time he told me, I didn't believe it either.
Lady Amblecrown, her face goes from nervous to almost worried, like she might have made a mistake. But she kind of like shakes her head and composes herself. And what's everyone's passive perception?
9.
12.
15 for Terry.
Matrix?
Passive, you say? 11?
Okay. So Terry, you're the only one that notices this, but now she's kind of sitting there. She kind of puts her hand up by her face, kind of holding it, propping her elbow on her other hand, and she begins fiddling with her earring, which is a single black pearl. But as you look to the other ear, you notice her other ear is empty. She only has the one single black pearl dangling from a small chain on her left ear. But as she does, she sits there and kind of like leans back and is fiddling. She kind of gathers herself, like I said, and then looks out to the group. Okay, so I suppose I should tell you all why you are here, why I requested your presence. I believe one of my servants, Marlowe, I believe he might be dead. Everyone else here thinks I'm crazy. They think he's just run off because, well, as I'm sure you've come to the conclusion, we're not exactly the most well-off family as of late. So everyone thinks he just ran off because, he found better prospects. But I think he was killed. Deep in the night, I've heard howling coming from the stables, far off in the back of our land. And I believe something in the stables killed him. I can't say for sure what, but yes. And I need someone to go to the stables and investigate and figure out what is this doing this howling, and if you can find evidence of our dear Marlowe. I can reward you. We still have some left in the coffers.
With a very serious look, Abiel look at her and say, "Don't worry." And put his hand on Matt trick his shoulder. Monkey, he take banana for payment.
Gives you a quizzical look.
With a smile, Matrix will click his boot heels together and give her the salute.
Well, we do have a dear friend of our family's, Tobias. He's the best fruit merchant in Waterdeep. I can get you as many bananas as you like.
Terry will kind of. So are we like all kind of like standing in this room?
I mean, it's like it's a large study, so there's like the study area with like the desk and the um, bookcases and stuff, and then there's also like a fireplace with like a small like sitting area, kind of like a drawing room, I guess is the technical term for it. But yeah, so like you could be standing if you want, but there's also like ample seating for the party to sit down. I believe Felonius is sitting back feeding um oh gosh, what's his name? Sorry.
No
His
offensive, but DM can't
Maurice?
remember a
Maurice.
player's name.
Is it a player though? Yes. So you can be sitting, standing, it's really up to you.
Gotcha. So I would imagine Terry would be kind of sitting and listening to her spiel and whatnot, noticing the earring as well, one missing. Is there kind of like in this study, maybe where this is or used to be maybe a once glamorous or nicer venue or establishment? Like, is there a maybe like a fruit bowl sitting anywhere around, maybe on a table?
Um yeah. So yeah, like kind of like on a coffee table type deal, like in the middle of the sitting area, there's like a small bowl. Um there's like one or two like a banana and like an apple and like a pear, possibly like something equivalent. Um, they don't look fresh. They're not like rotted yet, but they're not. They look to be like a few days old. Like probably eat them soon.
Gotcha. So Terry will kind of stand up and maybe saunter over to the table where the fruit is and kind of grab the bowl, kind of pull it towards the end of the table to him, like closer to him, and look at her and be like, "May I?" Like gesturing if he can have some fruit.
Yes, yes, of course. Please help yourself.
So with that, he's going to take like the entire bowl and basically like pour it into his backpack.
She looks stunned, um, but she kind of also looks to be desperate and in dire straits. So she doesn't. She kind of gets this look. She's like, "Well, I don't want to like piss these people off and scare them off." So she just kind of, uh, yes, please, it's all yours.
As he's like dumping it into his backpack, I like to think that Matrix casually walks over and quickly snatches the banana mid-air out and just kind of is casually eating a banana, watching this go down.
Easy enough with your monk reflexes.
So after emptying the bowl, Terry's going to kind of pull after dumping all the fruit in, he's going to pull out a jug of some sort, and he's going to kind of uncork it and start pouring beer into the vessel to fill it right up to the brim.
Okay. How much? I can't remember how much ale you can make.
I think it's 4 gallons.
Yeah, I think it's a lot. uh, but yeah, you can. Yeah, so you very, very easily and very quickly. Everyone else kind of sees him pull out this decent size, um, like a ceramic jug of sorts, and you kind of like watch him like lean over and whisper a word into like the opening, and then dip it out, and just fresh, frothy, beautiful looking ale just pours out until this bowl is full. You probably got about like, it's not a large bowl, so you probably have like 3.5 gallons left of ale in that jug.
Perfect. So Terry will grab the bowl and bring it back to wherever he was sitting and maybe kind of like drinking from it like if it were a soup. And kind of as he's drinking it, look at her and be like, "So, What happened to the other one? And he's kind of looking at her ears.
She looked just utterly confused. Like she just like jaw dropped, like wide eyed as you like dump out this fruit platter into your backpack and then fill the bowl with beer and then go back and sit down and drink from it. Um, then she kind of snaps back. Other, other what? What do you mean?
Well, it's some nice jewelry you've got there. You know, I've got an eye for that sort of thing. Kind of, maybe like, kind of like in a creepy way, kind of wiping his tongue off in his mouth, like kind of like the roof of his mouth. He's kind of in a gross way.
Oh, you mean? And she realizes she's like kind of fiddling with her earring. Oh, these? Yes, I'm not sure. It must have fallen off somewhere. Could be anywhere in the manor. Probably my room somewhere. I'll have a servant look for it at another time. They look more expensive than they are.
Well, I'll be sure to keep my eyes open for it.
Oh, it's much appreciated. So does this mean you all will help me?
Maurice will nod, and Thelonious will say, "Well, if my friend here is in for it, I suppose I'm going along as well. Gotta have his back."
Yes, Miss Anvil Crone. We will find wolves in your stable.
It's Amble Crown, but yes. Oh, thank you. Mephistus, and she kind of like snaps and waves him forward. Mephistus here, my butler. He will lead you out to the stables, and yes, he will show you the way. It's not too far of a walk. It's just towards the rear of our property. Um, yes, he will show you where I believe this horrible incident went down. And yes, please make haste. Every night I worry that it's whatever took Marlowe will come and take the rest of us.
Gabi will walk up to the butler and look him up and down. Yes, he made good bait. March on, bait. And then poke him with his spiked gauntlet.
He just kind of rolls his eyes at you, unamused, and then sighs. At once, Lady Amblecrown, at once. And then he kind of, without waiting for the rest of you, just kind of turns and starts walking back out the study door, and you can only assume back out the front door towards the grounds. Do you all follow?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, Terry will.
Thelonious. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. Terry will just down the rest of that bowl, but kind of at the same time taking the bowl and just putting it into his backpack.
I love Terry.
Thelonious and Maurice will bow, and he'll just be like, "Well, Lady Amplepound, it is with our greatest honor that we make haste to take care of this problem for you. Rest assured, you're in the best hands here. My friend Maurice and I have quite the band of adventurers. There's not a task we can't do." And they both nod and then turn around and exit.
All right. So as you exit the manor, and he kind of takes you out towards the path where you walked up and hangs a hard left and starts walking out into deeper into the grounds. It's not heavily wooded, but there are decent amount of trees. The sun is kind of just above the horizon right now. It's kind of getting that the dark blue in the sky, and just like the bright orange and red across the horizon as it starts to get darker out. And he kind of walks you back in complete silence, just leading the way, not even turning around to seeing if anyone is following, sighing every now and then, just and then continues on. Unless anyone wants to do anything along the walk, it's kind of a short walk, like maybe like 7-10 minutes through the trees, and kind of off in a not too far distance. You see what appears to be the stable house.
Gabi's just going to make sure his new chain is attached to his great axe and have it carried out.
Okay. Does that require? Does it require tuning? I don't think it does actually. No, it doesn't.
No.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been enough time for you to attune to it between the time you bought it and now anyway, but I was just checking.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah,
So as we kind of approach this, like the stable area, I would like to keep an eye out for peculiar tracks, I guess.
okay. Give me investigation or survival. I'll let you pick.
Can I assist him?
Survival for sure.
Yeah, you can assist. You can make your own roll or give him advantage.
No, I will call over. It'll be like, my friend, before you go on with that, and he'll pull out the pigments and he'll draw a magnifying glass. And as he hands the magnifying glass to you, after it materializes, he'll also put one hand on your shoulder and he'll cast guidance on you.
All right. Yeah, so you can roll with advantage and add a d4.
So it's 23 without the D4. Let me add the D4 real quick.
Yeah, it's gone in like a minute, I think.
So 26 total.
Okay. You actually don't see any tracks. You see very old horse tracks, like hoof marks, but it doesn't appear like they were made anytime soon. Like these just kind of look like old, like just from repeated use. They're just kind of there. But
So nothing out of the ordinary for like a stable then. Just kind of normal traffic that would be expected with a nearby stable.
yeah, everything. Yeah, other than the fact that these are like old tracks, and it's probably been like weeks since, like they're probably a few week old tracks that are just kind of there just because there's no other use in this area. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, as you come up to this stable house, you see typical stables, like there's multiple, like probably 10 stalls, horse stalls, and then attached to the side of those stables is a small little, I wouldn't even call it a cabin, um, more than a hut, less than a cabin, like a small little attached home that you can imagine was where the stable hands lived while they worked here. But you don't see any horses. You don't see any people around. The small window into the living area is dark, so you can imagine there's nobody around. Kind of matches, like with everything with this manor, kind of matches. It looks pretty dilapidated, like it hasn't been used in some time or upkept.
Are there any like torches or any sconces or anything keeping it lit? Is it daylight? What's the situation looking like?
It's starting to get dark. I would say like right now it's kind of like that dusk kind of lighting, like where you can still see, but it's like getting to the point where like within the next like 30 minutes it's probably going to be like dark. And there are like sconces attached to the stable, and then also like a couple like what would be like torches on like stands kind of near and along, like leading up to the stable house, but they are currently unlit. Mephistus turns to you. Well, this is the stables and the stable house. We don't have any stable hands, and we don't have any horses at the time, so it is not used. But this is where the lady is absolutely sure this nonsense is happening. You can look around, feel free. I would suggest lighting a torch, as it will be fairly dark fairly soon. I myself will be going back to the manor to attend to the fine Lady Amplecrown.
Can I insight check this guy?
Yeah, is there anything you're looking for in particular?
I think he gives me weird vibes, so I want to know, like, can I insight maybe, like, he doesn't seem like he really likes his lot in life. Can I kind of try to glean, like, any, maybe, like, a motive? Like, maybe he, get along with this guy? Does he seem like concerned about the missing person? He seems to not really care about much, even though like one of his coworkers was like recently murdered. So just trying to feel him out.
No, yeah, of course. Yeah, give me insight.
Even 10.
I mean, in general, he's not doing a whole lot to hide his attitude per se. So you can tell just general basic stuff. He's not happy with what he's doing. He doesn't seem to enjoy, kind of like what you said, he's not really enjoying his position. You don't necessarily see anything malicious or get any kind of ill intent. He just in general just seems unenthused and not exactly content with where he's at.
Then Matrix's eyes kind of narrow at this guy as he like as he departs, but I remain with the party, kind of continue on, I suppose.
Felonius will look at Maurice and he'll just say, do you want to take this one? And Maurice will nod. And then Maurice will look at 3 of the torches, kind of triangulating the area. And Felonius will cast, control flames. And it causes them to emit twice the amount of light.
Okay.
So I will just pick like a triangle, essentially, to try to make everything as bright as possible.
That's just a cantrip, right?
Yeah, cantrip, and I can pick up the 3 sources.
Yeah, easy enough. You light, 3 torches, and kind of poles, like kind of like tiki torches type deal, but they're bright light emanates the area, and you're able to see much better. There are still some shadows within the stable stalls, but you can definitely see much clearer now. So what does the party want to do? You got the stalls, and the actual stable house next to it attached.
As the butler was turning to walk away, Gobby's going to pull out his rope and run up and start tying the butler up.
You're gonna tie the butler up?
I said he bait. He said okay. He's bait.
Can I give him the help action for whatever you're about to make him roll?
For this, give me an initiative roll. I'm going to roll initiative to see what order kind of things help out, because he kind of just did this without warning. So I want to see.
Would that be a surprise round?
For you, but you're also surprising Matrix, who would want to help.
All right.
So you'll go first regardless. But sorry, Matrix, give me an initiative roll. 23.
23 total.
Yeah, so you beat him. So yeah, I would let you. Yeah. So Gabi, give me a grapple check. So I guess I'll do athletics to grapple, and then I'll let you give it with advantage because Matrix was able to respond quick enough to help you grapple him.
A 21.
21, easy, and I'm not even gonna roll because I mean it's a commoner, so his strength I think is like 0. So yeah, you just run up and like leap at his back, and Matrix sees this and with his quick reflexes bolts forward and kind of grabs his legs as he's kind of like this is kind of like struggling around trying to get you off his back, and you all three just tumble to the ground. And Gabi, you quickly tie him up, bind his arms and legs, and he is now bound at the ground, struggling, basically hogtied. Just what the hell are you doing?
You bait. You don't care. So you bait. Need bait to hunt.
Lady Amblecrown will hear about this, I assure you. And he's like struggling against these binds.
Yes, Miss Anvil Crone, be happy and proud of you for being bait.
All right, what is the rest of the party doing right now?
So Terry's gonna look at him and just be like, "Well, you're knee deep in it now, my friend. You may as well cooperate." And he's going to cast Charm Person on him.
All right, what's your spell save DC?
17.
Fine, he fails. Commander stats +0 everything. Rolled a 9. All right, so he's currently charmed. So he just he's struggling, and then as you say these words, he just like slowly stops and looks at you, and you see him smile for the first time. Yes, yes, of course. I will assist however it is necessary.
Thank that, a good little laddie. And he'll kind of go over to maybe help Gabi and Minatrix pick him up, and he's going to be like, "Now, you're going to be able to, you're going to listen to us, me, and my very good friend here, Gabi. He's very friendly, and yeah, you might want to listen to him as well as his friend over here." And look at Matrix.
Yes, yes, of course. However you need. And he's essentially hogtied right now. So like you guys like would like pick him up, either like cradling him or throwing him over your shoulder as you're talking. But yeah, he's just yeah, of course. Yeah. What do you guys need? How can I help?
Gabi would just grab the rope and drag him.
Or do you drag him? Okay. Give me a strength check, just because you're a goblin and he's a adult male human.
12 on the die, 5 modifier. Do you want me to add proficiency?
Easy enough. Yeah, you drag him. Where are you taking him?
Probably to the middle of the stable right now because we don't know where a door is.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so you drag him up to the kind of like the entrance towards the stalls. And he's just kind of like laying there, like smiling up, like looking around at you guys, just like, yeah, like whatever you guys need to help. Like I said, we haven't used these stables for some time. We had to sell our horses a long time ago because the family's not doing too great on money. And so we've sold the horses, let go of the stable hands. So the stables have been empty, but the stable house has also been empty, but that's where the lady swears she's hearing howling at night. I mean, I'm a heavy sleeper, so I guess I could have missed it, but I think she's just paranoid, and I haven't heard any howling, but she swears she hears it coming from here. But I mean, it's a tiny stable house. I mean, we've looked inside. There's nothing in there, so I'm not sure what it could be. But I mean, if there's something, I don't know. She said she feels something fishy's coming from the stable house.
What bait did you use to catch fish?
Uh, we don't fish. We buy our fish from the market. I don't know what bait they use.
See, that why your beer so bad. You not good hunter.
No, I'm a butler.
Butler must mean bad hunter.
He just kind of smiles and nods at you.
You,
Alright, what's
you
the
said that there
rest
was
of
a small like working man's quarters attached to this stable. Can I go? Matt Trix wants to go peek in this. You said there was like a darkened window or something. Can I kind of peek through the window and see what there is to see in this little area?
Yeah, easy enough. Roll me a perception check.
I imagine Felonius watched them basically hog tie and then roofie this guy with the charm spell and yet again kidnap people. I imagine Maurice whispers in his ear and Felonius looks back and he goes, "No, I don't think it'd technically be considered kidnapping because he did agree to it back at Lady Amber." Oh, yeah, I can't remember her name either. But no, it's not kidnapping. He came willingly. He did agree to be bait.
All right, with a 12, you kind of get the gist. You kind of look inside, and there's some light coming behind you from the torches that are kind of illuminating a little bit of the interior. What's your race again?
I am a deep gnome, so I'm like I'm the underdark variant of a gnome. So as for Neblin, I've got a pretty good dark vision, 120 feet actually.
Okay, yeah, so easy enough. Yeah, you see just kind of the general servants' quarters. Inside, you see like a small, like twin size, like cot pressed up against one wall, a little table with a unlit candle and a candlestick, and
You say
like
a lit candle?
unlit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then like a couple like cabinets and like couple little like small like storage areas for like a trunk at the end of the bed. Like nothing really out of the ordinary. You do see a small hatch on the ground as well.
A small hatch, you say?
Hmm.
Is this window like openable, or is it just like solid glass, or?
Um, it's like solid glass built into this, but there's also a door to the like on the so like there's the stables. So like if you're looking as you're walking up, you're looking, there's the stables and then like the side of this abode with the window, and then on the right side going back further into the property is like the side of the building, which is where like there's like a door that enters into the servants' quarters.
I would like to dive through the window.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check. It's probably easy enough for a monk, but this could be fun if you roll low.
Well, I mean, I get a +9, so I mean, how? It's like my best stat or my best skill, probably. 14 total. It was rough, even with the +9. That's rough.
I mean, it's not a hard jump for you. You kind of take a few paces back and then sprint forward and just kind of like dive through, and you don't stick the landing too great. You kind of roll and like almost stumble, but yeah, easy enough. You didn't superhero 3-point landing, but you did all right.
I like to think that the rest of the party just hears like the breaking of glass as I dive through this window. I want to kind of get closer to that hatch, but can I, now that I'm actually in the room proper, can I give it like a good once over, see if there's anything of value in the room, particularly to like information on like the whereabouts of like, did we get the info on like where this murder supposedly happened, or she just assumes that it's like something in the area, or
So the gist of what I didn't explain it too great the first, or she didn't explain it too great the first time, but the gist of what she assumed is the last time her servant Marlowe was seen was going towards the stables, and then he was never seen again. And then she's also been hearing um, the howling coming from this area at night. So she just kind of like she's kind of like assuming, like putting two and two together, like, oh, he was last seen kind of walking around this area. I'm hearing this weird noise. He must be dead from that area. So she's kind of she seemed to be making assumptions, but not entirely baseless.
okay. So I want to toss open that hatch. What is going on with the hatch?
Okay. Roll me a deck save. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, easy enough. You walk over. It's unlocked. You toss it open with your dark vision. Easy enough to see down. It's about like maybe like a 7-foot drop. There's a ladder leading down. It is dank and musky, kind of like an earthy, like a wet, earthy scent. But it kind of like drops straight down about like 7 feet, and then you can see like a path continues forward, but out of sight from your point of view. You're not kind of able to see because it's just like a like a I want to say like maybe 2 to 3 foot by 2 to 3 foot square hatch. So it's kind of like your point of view. It's kind of like hard to like see down further where the path goes, but it is pitch dark.
Does the path look like it goes towards the building or like away from the building?
It goes towards the building,
Okay.
kind of like towards the stables, because the quarters is on the right side of the stables, and then it kind of like goes down like it was going underneath the stables.
Okay, I think I'll wait for the party before we go any farther down to the creepy hole. But I guess I'll turn the room. I'll flip the mattresses, go through any drawers or things that I can find, see if there's anything, any kind of clues to kind of say that somebody's maybe been here or creatures maybe been here.
All right, yeah. Give me investigation check. And while you do that, what's the rest of the party doing? So far, you've charmed and hogtied the servants, and then you heard a loud smashing of glass as Matrix dove through the window, ignoring the door, dove through the window and into this, and is now investigating the interior of the servants' quarters.
After hearing the smash, Gabi would have just ran straight at the room and busted his way in.
Anyone else doing anything in particular?
Polonius would check out the stalls, I think.
Harry would, I think, want to follow into where Matrix went, but at the same time, I don't want to leave my little butler friend by himself completely. I mean, is he, since he's hogtied, like, is he? Oh, I guess I did say I was going to try to stand him up. So is he like standing? I guess.
If you like helped him stand up, he's kind of like, I mean, he's like hunched over, like kind of like a kneeling, kind of like half squat, like hunch position as he's kind of like hopping back and forth a little bit to keep his balance. But I mean, he's fine. He's looking at you like just smiling and like, hey, like, what do you need? Like trying to keep his balance. His legs are starting to shake a little bit. Doesn't look to be in the best shape. So like holding that position is kind of hard for him.
Carrie's just gonna look at him and be like, well, why don't you just take 5? And he'll like push him like basically his chest and just push him like onto his back. He's like, rest up those legs, and he'll kind of charge in after after Gobby and Matrix.
All right. So Felonius, give me an investigation check for the stalls. Matrix with a 5. You don't really see anything out of the ordinary. Just kind of looks like looks pretty cleared out, honestly. Like whenever they laid off the stable hands, they just kind of took all their belongings, and there's really not much to this other than like the furniture. It's pretty cleared out. Felonius, what'd you get on the investigation?
12.
12? Yeah, you don't see anything out of the ordinary for stables. I mean, you see some like extra horseshoes hanging up on the wall, um, some tongs, and like a ball peen hammer. Some decaying and horse shit. You know, doesn't really smell much anymore because of like how long it's been, but it's you see remnants of horses. Brushes. Uh, no saddles or stirrups or anything like that, just because anything they could have sold, they would have sold when they were getting rid of the animals. But it just looks like some unused stables, nothing crazy.
Yeah, if he checks it out and doesn't see anything, then he'll just make his way toward where he saw 2 of his party mates go smashing through.
All right. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, but I'll let you guys discuss what you want to do.
Gabby was sick. Well, Gabby busts in through the door and sees just Matrix. Oh, monkey! What wrong?
Matrix points to the hole and then shrugs and then like goes back to like tossing the furniture. Ninja kicks a chair over and pushes the table over, just kind of being reckless and more making a mess at this point than actually investigating the room.
Oh, good call. We go get bait. Throw bait down there.
Thumbs up from Matrix and a grin.
And here we will wait. Yeah, if you want to waste time, get into a D&D debate on Facebook.
Oh, I do it all the time. Sometimes there's some good threads. Get some interesting perceiving of the rules. I guess there's a bunch of different ways to what do they call it? Decipher their meaning. Sometimes I guess.
Well, I mean, I kind of mentioned how Minga is lawful good, and he ended up grabbing Noble by the throat and threatening him. They're like, that's not good, that's like neutral. I'm like, no, he violated the law of hospitality. It's good to protect the other people. Only problem is everybody's got their fucking nose stuck up in the air, so they think they're actually cool and get insulting right away. It's like, you're an ass.
Oh yeah, you see a lot of that. You know, the internet is definitely not changed in that aspect. lots of dicks with lots of free time.
Whole lot of dicks. Dicks everywhere.
That's like a vast majority of the internet. It's pretty impressive, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Like as a human species, seriously, we are obsessed with penises. Like I don't get it. They're fucking everywhere.
Well, Monica plays this game, Poker Live, on her phone, where you can actually have video on so you can talk and see people. And yeah, at a lot of the lower tables, there's always some guy who decides to come on camera with his dick out.
Jesus Christ. Christ. All right, so what's the party doing?
We're going to go get the bait and throw it down the hole.
Okay. Um, keep in mind, think that might break charm person.
Bobby doesn't know about charm person.
I mean, yeah, fair enough.
Yep. we might lose his trust after that, but
Matrix will join you to the bottom of this hole in order to catch the tossed in bait in an attempt to prevent damage.
And I imagine Gobby's dragging this poor guy over. Felonius just calls it, Gobby, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you. I mean, he is tied up, so perhaps just use the rope he's tied with to lower him down gently, because, well, quite frankly, we don't want to hurt him. We don't want to injure the bait, of course.
Oh, you're right. Maybe he had a hunter and it wants a live bait. Good idea, man.
All right, so you pull him over. Easily enough, you lower him down to Matrix at the bottom. It's not a far drop. It's like it's only like a 5 to 7 foot ladder leading down to a path. Do the rest of you follow down after Betrayus or Mephistus? I think I just combined. I don't even know where I got the name, but after Mephistus is lowered down.
No, you climb up to top a hole and you wait for creature to come eat. Then you kill creature from above.
All right. See, Matrix, do you
as I kind of like make the bait like comfortable, I kind of look around. Can I get a good now that I'm actually in the hole and at the bottom? Can I make like a perception check, or what's around me exactly? How far does this tunnel go?
Yeah. Give me a perception check. I'll give you the basics regardless, because you can look around and see. All right, 13. So this pathway kind of leads down. Looks like it was a man-made, so it's like carved, not perfectly, but pretty well made. It's a square hallway about 7 feet or like 5 feet tall, and leads down about 10 feet, and then you see a closed door about at the end of this 10-foot hallway. It is still pitch dark. There's no light source down here.
I would scramble back up and draw the picture of a door in the sand or the dirt or something with my finger, and then scramble back down and then kind of go check out this door, I guess.
All right. So you can give me investigation check.
Oh no! Okay.
After the silent monk walks up, like scrambles up, just draws the door quickly in the dirt, and then scrambles back down.
Also a 13.
Felonius will climb down and strike a torch at the bottom, and then use his mage hand to send it down the hallway to light up the area.
since I decided to see how well Galby's going to do, he'll see the picture, see people going down. No, we get chocolate after. Get back up here.
All right. Well, with the 13, the door does not appear to be locked. Does not appear to be trapped. Just looks like a regular old door. It's a wooden kind of wooden plank construction door with a iron ring kind of handle to like push and open, and then a small kind of like latch, kind of like, you know what I mean, like the old iron ring doors where you just kind of like up and down, kind of like latch and push.
I kind of look to the party and then open the door. Hopefully, it's not trapped.
All right. So you open the door and nothing happens. It opens, kind of creaks, slowly creaks open. It is a dark room. With your dark vision, you can kind of see what looks to be almost like another like study slash living quarters. On the far wall, you see a table with a chair, like a desk kind of ish table. Some bookcases on either side, and then in another corner, you see a rather nice large bed, much nicer than the small cot that was upstairs, with a side table next to it. And that's all you can see from your vantage point right now, unless you move further into the room.
I will hold the door in a very like stewardly manner and kind of gesture with my open hand for the party to go ahead and venture forth.
Does the rest of the party follow?
Yeah, I will follow.
Carries in.
All right. So as the rest of you, unless Gabi is staying up top,
Well, Galby will spend a little bit yelling at them. They get concerned for their safety. Or hear a flutter of a owl in the night, but think it's a dragon and chase down the hole.
okay.
They go up to Matrix as he's holding the door. Okay, we're chocolate.
All right. So as the rest of the party enters the room, Felonius, with your torch, you amply light the room. As you're all looking around, you do see what Matrix noticed before. You see a writing desk with bookcases on either side, a bed in the corner with a small little side table next to it with an unlit candle. There are braziers on either side of you, kind of in the corners of the rooms. They're also unlit, and a almost comically large bearskin rug in the center of the room. I mean, this thing is like 15 feet long and like nearly 15 feet wide. Like it's you get the assumption that it's probably fake. Like this family used to be so lavish that they just had to, just bought unnecessary things. Like there's probably not a normal bear that is this size. That it's bearskin rug would make it that big. So you kind of, but as you look around, you're just kind of looks like a weird extra study slash living area underneath this stable. Do you guys want to enter in further, or
Yeah, Galby will march right in.
All right. What does the rest of the party like to do?
I think I'll kind of keep an eye out on the party, but also kind of. I think I'm gonna post up at the door and kind of pull lookout. I guess. Yeah, I want to keep an eye on the party in case anything shady goes down and they need a hand. But also, not fond of someone like locking us in this hole. So I've kind of got my eye on the other direction as well.
All right.
Yeah, I'd be following in, I guess, backing up Gabi.
Hmm. So this room, are there like sconces around? So is it like pretty dark in here?
Yeah, let me actually send you guys a map. Currently, it is dark. Other than how much light does a torch emit? I can't remember.
30 feet, and if you'll allow it, I will just go ahead and recast Control Flames, so it'll give us 60 feet.
Okay. Yeah. So with that, if you're lighting it with your control flames cantrip, that will illuminate the entire room. So I'm gonna send. Meow. So you guys are walking in the east door, which is that tiny little white mark halfway up the right side of the map. So as you're looking around, you also I could have said that too as you walked in. You did notice another door to your right on the right hand wall, or like the top wall. You notice another door, but so the two little circles in the top right corner and the bottom right corner, those are braziers that are currently unlit. And then you see the bed in the top left corner with a small side table and a little candle. Comically large bearskin rug, and then a writing desk with two bookcases on either side.
Seeing the killer bear in the middle of the floor, Gabi's going to charge and take a swing with his great axe at it.
Right. I'm not going to ask you to roll an attack roll because it's a rug sitting still.
Instead, he's going to ask you to roll for initiative.
No, so give me just a straight damage roll with whatever your axe is.
Ten.
10. All right, so as you run up, just screaming and swing down, and you like cleave through the neck portion and like separate the head part of the bearskin rug to the torso, and it just kind of doesn't really move. Like kind of like scoots forward an inch, but like yeah, you just separate the head of this rug from the rest of the rug.
Gabi will pick up the head and turn around, holding it up. We got him. We done. Gabi the bear slayer.
You know, typically you'd think that you'd slay the bears before the dragons, but apparently for you it was the other way around. Well, good on you either way. He did a great job, didn't he, Maurice? And Maurice nods furiously.
Matrix, since you're keeping an eye out, roll a perception check.
Thank you, Mary. And thank you, Felony.
Okay, perception check. Let's see here. Oops. $17.
Okay. So as you're looking around, you're kind of keeping an eye out, like your eyes darting back into the passageway where it came from, darting around the room. In the corners, in each of the corners of the room, actually, I'm sorry, in said that wrong. In the corners where the braziers are, you see the shadows begin to coalesce. And at first, you're kind of confused at first because, like, the shadows shouldn't be moving too much. I mean, there's a torch, like it's flickering light, but like these are moving they're not random, like the shadows should be. They're kind of moving with a sense of purpose, and then they kind of form into a larger humanoid shape. And I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
I quickly changed the eyebrows on Maurice to angry eyebrows. Nice +0 to initiative.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a 9 for me.
All right, let's see here. All right, that's a 15. And actually, no, I'm going to keep the 15. I'm going to ride that out.
All right, give me 1 second. All right, so Matrix and Terry both got a 17. Who's got the oh wait, no, you got a 9, Matrix. Sorry, that was your perception. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Terry, what's your dex?
+4.
Okay. Next. Gabi, what is your dex?
1.
1? +1. Okay, +1, yeah. And then Thelonious, what was your initiative roll again?
15.
15? So you're actually before Gabi. Okay. Alrighty. So, as you guys are kind of actually, let me get some positions real quick. So I know Thelonious, Gabi, and Terry were you guys kind of hanging out in the center of the room, kind of like by the bearskin rug ish? Because Gabi, you went to take out the head.
Yeah, I'm right on the rug.
Okay, so you're right on the rug.
I did say I was backing Gabi up, so I'm probably 5 feet or so behind him.
All right, so Gabi, I'm gonna make you red. I'll put this in the chat too, just so we can. Gabi will be red. Thelonious. What do you want your color to be? Green, blue,
We'll go blue.
blue. Okay. Thelonious will be blue. You'll be right by Gabi. Blue. Terry. You good with green, Terry?
Green is money.
All right, Terry's green. Were you sort of near Felonius and Gabi?
Well, I was gonna go up and do a medicine check on the bear, but I think I was. No, I put myself probably like where that bed is, maybe like 2 squares to the right of the bottom right corner.
Okay, bottom right corner of the but okay. So yeah, so you went over to like investigate the bed. So you're right there. Alrighty. Um, and Matrix will make you want orange, or do you want purple?
Either way, they both are good.
All right, orange. And then you were by the door, still keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So as you guys, Matrix kind of notices this first, but gives a shout out when he sees it. See these 4 shadows coalescing in each of the corners of the room. They start out just kind of like these just amorphous kind of just blobs, and then they slowly kind of transform into these humanoid shapes as they step out of the shadows, and your torchlight is kind of illuminating. It's weird, like it's illuminating them, but at the same time they're shadows. So like it doesn't, like when you think about it, it doesn't make sense how like there's light and then there's shadow at the same time, still like penetrating this light, but they are there nonetheless. I'm gonna send a map. First shadow is up first. Um,
Oh, where's the butler in all this?
he's still in the hallway, hogtied behind Matrix.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah, he's out of the way. All right, so um, the shadow in the top right corner of the room, he's gonna go for Matrix. He's the closest, and he noticed him first, so he's gonna be moving down, and he's gonna make a melee attack towards you. Does a not great 14 hit.
Oh, 19's the magic number for me.
All right. So in almost slow motion to you, this shadow just kind of swings a haymaker towards you, and just completely, you very easily just kind of pull back Matrix style out of the way and dodge it. And that is its move. Next up will be Terry.
All right. I think Terry's just going to look at that one that's in the corner closest to him by the bed,
Okay.
and he's just going to light him up with a guiding bolt, or attempt to.
Yeah, easy enough. Give me, what is that, spell attack roll?
Yep, yep. So he's going to hold his coin there on his neck for a necklace there, and he's going to attempt to strike him, and it looks like 17 to hit.
17 very easily hits.
Okay, I'll roll out damage. So for this, Doing. Make sure I have this right. Oh my god, so many goddamn spells. So for 18 points of radiant damage.
Okay. Yeah, so you reach out, you grip your holy symbol around your neck, mutter a few words, and then just kind of reach out your hand, and this blast of bright white light beams out and slams this humanoid shadow figure right in the chest, and you just hear this guttural screeching howl, and it just kind of like seizes up and like shakes and then just implodes with this light, and the shadow just completely dissipates. Um, and that's shadow figure, as far as you can tell, is gone.
Okay. I guess with that, Terry would move maybe just like actually, you know what? I'm gonna stay put. I'm not gonna move.
All right.
And that should do it for me.
Okay. Next up is shadow number 2. This one is in the bottom right corner. It's going to move straight for uh, you, Felonius. And it is going to make an attack at you as well. Does a 21 hit. Mr. Felonius?
To Felonius?
Yeah, Felonius, 21.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's gonna hit. I was looking. I have something I believe will help me in this particular moment. Yes, I'm gonna drop a luck point because I can basically roll a
Yeah.
die and cause you to
Yeah.
take my roll instead. So hopefully I roll fucking low. I rolled a 10. I
Does
don't
a
know what your
14
bonus is.
hit?
14 does not hit.
Oh, okay, so he starts to swing another wide haymaker that you witness the other shadow swinging at um, Matrix, and you can get this almost like spider sense, and you start to back up and then stumble, and you do a much less graceful but still equally efficient Matrix backwards duck that Matrix did, and the swing goes wide and misses you. And that is its turn. Next up is the other shadow. All right, this shadow is going to move. Also, actually, this shadow is going to go for Gabi. Kind of going to move up from the. This is the bottom left corner. He's moving up towards Gabi. Gabi's going to take a swing at you. Oh, that's a natural 20 for a 24. Does that hit?
Doesn't matter. Natural 20 always hits.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. So, that's 2d6. 10, 20. So that is 22 points of necrotic damage. and your strength is reduced by 1d4. As I'm gonna roll that in chat. Strength is reduced by 4.
You said 22 damage?
Yep. Yeah, 22 necrotic damage. As you feel very similar, just haymaker punch. These things are just kind of swinging wild, just reckless abandon, and it just kind of swings down and hits you right in the jaw. And as it kind of connects, you almost feel like your like energy is like sapped into it. And for the next until the next short or long rest, your strength is reduced by 4. But that is its turn, and then next up is Felonius. I will send an updated picture of the map.
After seeing you take that hit, Felonius looks down at Maurice and he says, I'm afraid that you might have to set this one out. It's a little unsafe. And you see his fist slide into his robe pocket, and he pulls out a normal hand and grips his warhammer with 2 hands.
Amazing. All right, what you gonna do?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, there are 2 of these spirit things in a line. If I were to move 2 to the right and 1 down.
Yes, yeah, you'd be able to line up 2 of them.
Perfect. So Felonius with his warhammer is going to move 2 over, 1 down, raising it into the air, now unfettered since Maurice is in his pocket. And the warhammer starts to glow, and he just points it forward, and this bolt of lightning rips out of his warhammer through these 2 spirits, and that's going to be, I believe, a dexterity saving throw from you, sir.
All right, so dex for both. All right, that's a natural 20 on the one closest to you, for a 24 and a 2 on the one furthest from you for a sorry, natural 20 for 22 and a 2 for 4. So I'm assuming 1 succeeds, 1 fails.
Yeah, so you'll take half damage on the one that succeeds.
Okay.
31 damage.
All right, well, the one closest to you explodes. Actually, wait, no. I'm sorry, it does not. 31. Yeah. And then half as much damage on a success. Right.
Half as much damage on a success, yes.
Okay. All right, so
And so technically, I have sorcery points. And one of my metamagic feats is a quicken spell, so I can spend 2 sorcery points to turn a spell that is a casting time of 1 action to a bonus action.
okay.
So I would like to drop 2 sorcery points and just rip another fucking lightning bolt through these things. If that's
All right.
possible.
Go for it.
I just need saves from you.
All right. So, just point of order. So you rip off this lightning bolt, and you watch it like just pierce through these 2 shadows, and they do like kind of shudder and shake, and you hear like a couple like soft wails and screeches of pain, but it's didn't do as much damage as you thought it would. That is a 16 for the one closest to you, and the one furthest from you is not rolling well, and an 8. So I'm assuming the 8 fails. Does the 16 pass?
The 16 meets it exactly. So if
Okay.
it meets, it beats.
All right.
But that's going to be 6. 26 damage on that second lightning bolt.
All right.
And that'll be his turn.
All right. So kind of the same deal. They both screech out in pain. The one furthest away from you looks like it's kind of struggling to hold itself together. Like the shadows are kind of like moving and like dissipating and dissipating and reforming in like very random, erratic ways. So that one looks like it's taken a decent amount of damage and it's struggling to keep its form together. And the one closest to you did do some damage, but it's doing a little better off than the other one. All right, next up is Gabi. I'm gonna send another updated picture. Not much has changed. They just got Felonius's movement down. So the one closest to Felonius took some damage. One furthest away from Felonius, Felonius and closest to you took more damage.
Well, pissed off that this shadow had the audacity to attack me, Gabi flies into a rage,
All right.
and he's going to take 2 swings, reckless.
All right. The one closest to you, I'm assuming?
Yep. And with
All
Path
right.
of the Berserker, when you go if you do a reckless while raging, you get temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier.
Alrighty.
So I'm just adding those real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Attack number 1. It's going to be 17
That
plus
hits.
a lot.
Yeah, that hits. How do you want to do this?
Just
It's on its last leg. It's barely holding its form together.
just pissed off at this thing. You just see foam kind of dribble down from Gabi's mouth as he just swings at it.
All right, yeah. So you swing your axe in a glorious rage, and it just passes through, and it's just kind of like a puff of like dust and smoke. It just dissipates slowly. The shadows that haunt you, or this shadow that haunts you, is no more. So you still have some movement in your second attack if you want to move around and do that.
Oh yeah, his anger not satisfied. He's going to turn around and just attack the next shadow.
Alrighty.
Still reckless. That's going to be 18 plus 8.
18
So
plus
26.
Yeah, that for sure hits. Roll me some damage.
And that's going to, oh, that's the wrong die. That's going to be 13 points slashing damage
Okay.
with a magical weapon.
With the I was about to ask that with the magic weapon. All right. So, yeah, you take another swing through, and this one looks to be pretty fucking hurt on its last leg. Kind of how the previous one was. Like it's struggling to hold its corporeal form. Like the shadows are like dissipating and then reforming and dissipating, and it's an interesting sight. But you did a good chunk of damage to it. Is there anything else you want to do? Bonus action, extra movement?
The rage was the bonus action,
Oh,
so
great.
that's all I have possibility for.
All right. Then we are back to the top of the round. to the shadow next to Matrix.
Well, you skipped Matt Trix's
Oh, wait.
turn, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. Are you? I did. I'm so sorry.
I rolled
You're
super
the-
garbage on initiative, so.
Yeah, you were the. Yeah, you rolled a 9. Okay, yeah, so yeah, you're at the bottom. So it's your turn, and then top of the ring.
Okay, so the shadow that attacked me first off, is that one been damaged yet?
That one has not been touched.
Okay, that's the one I'm going to tee off on then.
All right, go for it. Give me some attacks.
Okay, I'm going to roll 2d20 because I'll do the 2 attacks, but that's a plus 10 to both of those, so a 15 and a 27 to hit.
They both hit for sure.
Okay, so let's see here. There's the first damage is 11.
Alright.
Second damage also 11. So 22 points of damage as I and it is a +1 quarterstaff, so it is a magical weapon. And I will give him the old 1-2 with the quarterstaff, and then with kind of like a flourish, I will kind of toss it up into the air and use my bonus action to use Flurry of Blows and give the shadow another 1-2 punch as my quarterstaff kind of flitters through the air above me.
All right, fuck yeah. Give me some attack rolls for that flurry of blows.
So, but that's +9, so it's 23 for the first one.
Yeah. Even without the +9, it is.
And an 18 for the second to hit.
Yeah, they both hit. How do you want to do this? Well, actually, wait, nah, because your fists aren't magical. Let's see. What's the
Technically, at this level, my fists count as magical weapons.
Oh, they do. Well, then, yeah. How do you want to do this? There's no way you
So
can-
as I give him a 1-2 with the quarterstaff, and then I throw the quarterstaff up into the air, and it spins about, kind of like a baton. And before I catch it again, I give him another 1-2 punch into this shadow, and then confidently catch my quarterstaff before it hits the ground.
All right, yeah, so easy enough. You take out this last shadow, just whacking and punching it into non-existence as the shadow dissipates in a quiet of wind. Next up would be, I believe, because the shadow. We're back up to Terry. There's one shadow left, and it's right next to Felonius. What would you like to? Would you like to end it?
Oh, absolutely. Terry, seeing
It's
how
barely holding on.
effective the guiding bolt was on the first one, he immediately turns his focus on this one and just says, "Be gone, apparition," and grabs his symbol and fires off a guiding bolt. This time at the I'm going to do it at second level this time.
Yeah. I'm not going to have you roll damage. It's vulnerable to radiant damage, so even if you rolled the lowest possible roll, you're still going to destroy it.
All right. Do you want to see if I hit it?
Oh yeah. Let's. Oh yeah. I guess I forgot. I was thinking of a magic missile that automatically hits. Yeah.
Oh,
This
gotcha.
man just straight up gave up on his monsters.
Oh, no. But let's see. This is the magic number. Let's see if I. I'm just rolling it. Oh yeah, that'll hit. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah. So you launch this second guiding bolt straight center mass into this barely holding on shadow, and it just dissipates in this burst of brilliant white radiant light, and then all falls quiet. Everything appears safe. You have the room to yourself again. What would the party like to do?
Matrix continues to shadow box.
Felonius swings his Felonius swings his warhammer back up onto his right shoulder, reaches into his pocket, and pulls Maurice out. So sorry about that, good friend. I just didn't want to risk you getting hurt there. Those things were pretty nasty. Maurice just nods at him.
All right. Gabi, make sure you write down until your next short or long rest, you are -4 on your strength stat.
Oh, after they all left, Gabi would have just sat on his ass.
Okay. All right. So if Gabi's deciding to take a short rest, so if the rest of the party wants to kind of investigate, you got like 20, 30 minutes while he kind of gathers himself in his angry goblin meditation.
Is there anything of note on this, like bookshelves or like a writing desk?
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
And while he's doing that, Felonius and Maurice will go toss the bed, check underneath it. Was there a bed? I saw that right.
Yeah, there's a bed.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a whopping 8.
Okay. Well, these books don't mean much to you. You're more of like a meditate and work on your finely tuned fighting style kind of guy. You're not much too for sitting down and reading boring old books about history and whatnot. But you do see one single book on the writing desk. Just laying there, it's closed. That's the only thing on the writing desk. Felonius, real quick, if you want to give me an investigation check for turning the bed.
That is a natural one.
That is a natural 1. It's a fucking bed.
Hey guys,
It's a little dusty.
the bed.
It doesn't seem to have like nobody's lain in it for a while. You know, the doesn't smell too great. Like it's probably just been sitting here in this musty underground study for a while without being washed. But other than that, it's a bed.
I feel like Matrix is curling the bigger, heavier books as I kind of stare at the one on the desk. I'm building like weights as I'm kind of like just kind of briefly working out while the goblin patches his wounds.
Can Terry go and kind of take a look at Gabi's wounds, just kind of see maybe what might be affecting him, to kind of what might be affecting strength?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a medicine check. $26. All right, so you can tell you kind of like, kind of just kneel down in front of him while he's doing his whatever his barbarian form of resting slash meditation looks like. Just kind of inspect him. Nothing physically looks wrong with him, but as you kind of, grasp onto your holy symbol and you're just kind of getting a sense of him using your divine magic, you feel like this, whatever these shadow creatures were, they had an uncanny ability to just sap the strength and life force from their victims, and they would just repeatedly do so until they were just husks of their former self. So it's nothing that rest and um, rest and relaxation can't fix. It's not like a permanent effect, but it is, if it happened in mass, they could quickly swarm and just sap the life out of anyone until there's nothing left. Kind of like so the like Hercules, the Disney movie where he dives into the pool at the end to save Megara, and he's just like slowly getting his strength sapped until he's like this skinny, like skeletal form almost. It's basically that.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's not really like a spell that's affecting him. It's just
yeah, just their natural like they're like a strength sapping vampire. They're not a vampire, but like kind of closely related to that. Like they just sap the strength and absorb it for their own life force.
gotcha. So kind of after checking his wounds, and he'll look at Gobby, and well, unless he's sleeping, but he'll just kind of be like, "Oh, I don't know if I could really help with these wounds. I need to rest these ones off. It's not any sort of magic I can dispel."
All right. So is anyone else doing anything? Matrix kind of is curling books in the corner while staring at a solitary book, and Gobby's meditating. Terry's tending to wounds.
Does the book on the solitary book on the desk have a title or anything that I notice while I'm curling other books?
Yeah, I mean that's easy enough to read. Where is it? Sorry, I'm looking at my notes. Where the fuck is? Oh yes, okay. So it's the only, like I said, only book on the table. But as you're curling the heavier tomes that you have found and pulled off the shelf, um, you see that this one, it's a very old looking book with a leather bound um, book with like old looking parchment. It's the title very finely inscribed on the front of it is the Mysticum Majorum.
Okay. I will definitely point the book out to Felonius.
All right, Felonius, Matrix kind of calls you over and just kind of mid curl, just kind of grunts and gestures his head over towards this old looking tome sitting on solitary on this large writing desk.
He'll walk over and just be like, "Oh yes, I suppose we could have a look." And he'll pull out his pigments and he'll draw a pair of glasses and put them on Maurice, and then draw another pair of glasses, put them on himself, and then open the book.
I'm so glad I just gave that to you. All right. Yeah, as you open up this book and start kind of skimming through it, it talks a lot about the history and information of the plane of existence called the Shadowfell. What creatures lie there, its general topography and its makeup, how to access it, how to get there, what portals you can summon to travel to it, and just kind of just general knowledge and history of the Shadowfell. And actually, as you're kind of flipping through it, you do on the section discussing portals and how to use the arcane arts to summon this portal. That page is marked with a small earring with a black pearl at the end of it.
And he'll just call out to the party and be like, gentlemen, Maurice has found something. Something of importance.
So
Okay, well, come on.
as you say this, call this out, it is now, it's been about kind of like 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes past sunset. You hear this deafening, thunderous wail, like shakes the room. The items and books on the bookshelves shudder, and it's deep and guttural, and it is coming from the door on the north end of, well, looking at the map, north end of the room, as you all kind of move over to look at this book that Matrix and Felonius have found.
Can I actually bail on the books as Felonius kind of goes looking at the one? I'm going to bail on my curls, and I'm going to go fetch our prisoner from down the hallway and drag his ass into this room.
Yeah, easy enough. I mean, you're a fit fella. You can easily drag him in.
I throw him on the comfortable looking bed.
He smiles at you. He's appreciative of the nice area that you've laid him down on.
So do you say there was like a guttural kind of ness going on?
Yeah, it's somewhere between a guttural roar and a wail. It's disturbing and chills you to the bone.
Gotcha. In an attempt to maybe understand, Terry will put his hand on his chest and basically casting tongues to see if he can perceive if it's saying anything, or maybe if it's saying anything, or maybe if it's just gargle.
Interesting. Okay. Did not expect that. Give me a second.
No problem. I can read the spell to you just to make sure.
No, yeah. No, I know tongues. Yeah, you can basically understand and read any language. I just didn't expect that. So
Maybe he could have just been having heartburn. We can write it off as something else.
yes. So it is. Does it say in the language of the spell? Does it say whether or not you know what language it is, or you just understand?
I think it's just understand it. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about knowing the language.
Okay. So you just hear this deep, gravelly voice, and it's just devour. The only word it just yells out. It's the only thing you can get, and then it's just more just screeching and wailing.
Terry's hand will kind of start shaking as he's, kind of moved his hand from away from just like flat on his chest and more kind of now just grasping his symbol. And he'll just kind of, in a cowardly voice, just go, devour. Just and say it in common so everyone can understand it.
Garby will take a look. Dragon? And see him just kind of tense up a little.
I don't know, but it doesn't sound nice.
Well, I mean, if it sounds hungry, at least we brought the bait, right? Might buy us a minute or two.
I roll the bait up in the blanket of the bed, kind of like a burrito.
Yes, go. Feed bait dragon.
Okay, I open the door on the north side. Is it locked or hopefully not trapped? But I go to open it.
It is not locked, and nothing happens when you open it, so you can assume it's not trapped. It is a uh, long corridor, a little bit longer than the one you walked down to get into this study. It's about 20 to 30 feet down, and then you kind of see like it's kind of angled downwards, like a gradual decline. So you kind of see like the entrance into another room, but you're not able to really see into it too much just because of like the angle downwards. You do see that it ends out into what you can assume is another open space.
Like a true gentleman, Matt Trix will hold the door open and gesture with his free hand for the party to venture forth.
No monkey. You front. You got bait.
Matt Trix will shrug and then grab the now burritoed person and begin dragging them down the hallway.
Does the rest of the party follow down?
Yeah, Felonius will take his glasses off, fold them, and put them in his robe, and then look at Maurice and be like, I'm going to leave your glasses on. You be the eyes, I'll be the ears. And then he'll start marching down the hallway behind them.
All right.
For once, Gabi's going to hang in the back.
Yeah,
Oh.
Cherry follow along as well, hesitantly and very cowardly follow along.
Okay. Alrighty. So, as you move down this long corridor, not too long, but you move down, and there's no door at the other end. There's just a sorry, who is leading it? Felonius?
I was leading it with dragging the body behind me, or the butler, that was now tied up and now wrapped up in a blanket as well.
Okay. All right. So, are you guys moving stealthily? Or are you just walking?
I didn't specify stealthily, so I don't know how stealthily I could drag a rug down the down the concrete hallway, but I mean, if it's an option, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the group if you guys want to move stealthy or if you just want to truck on down. It's up to you guys.
I think if we're dragging somebody, we're probably moving at a normal pace and noise level. We're not being overly loud. We're not running through and kicking down doors and shit, but we're also, there's a handful of people walking down a hallway. It's going to be a little loud.
Alrighty. So as you're moving down, you guys reach the end of the corridor, and Felonius, you kind of creep over and look into the room, and you see a large cavernous space. Couple small little ponds, like just collections of water that is drift down, like underwater ponds, and stalactites or stalagmites. Sorry, stalagmites because they come up from the ground. Uh, some stalagmites scattered throughout this cavernous area. It's like this underground just space, this large cavern. And then yeah, so you can barely pick it out with your dark vision, but towards the back of the room, you just see this large, massive figure. It's just dark shot like it's already dark in here, so it's kind of hard to pick out, but it's just this black mass, like almost darker than the rest, like blacker than black, which is kind of the only reason that you can pick it out in this dim light. Um, with these huge wings unfurled that kind of just fade out into shadow, and this giant maw as this kind of coiling black, almost kind of like oil on water, how it just moves across its body, like some red spots peeking out every now and then before the blackness covers them, and then red peeks out elsewhere, and these pale gray eyes piercing throughout, absorbing the tiniest amount of light that is in this dark cavern. Um, as you witness an adult red shadow dragon just wailing and screeching and yelling. Uh, Terry, you can still understand it because I think tongues last. How long does tongues last?
Looks
Wow.
like 1 hour, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so you still can understand this as it's wailing, just devour. And just like yelling and screaming and just full of hate and malice. And then it snaps its eyes down towards you, Matrix, as it kind of hears the scraping of and the movement of the pebbles as Mephistus kind of smugly just smiles as he's dragged along behind you. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh snap! All right.
Oh my. Was not expecting that. Just thinking growling, I was like, oh yeah, like maybe somebody here's a werewolf. Was not expecting the dragon. That is not a good initiative.
All right, so if I can get a 15 to 20, or if anyone rolled higher than
Me and Terry are both at 21. I've got a dex of +5 though.
okay, I think you beat it. So 21 for Matrix. And Terry is next. Anyone between 15 and 20?
15 for Gabi.
I rolled a nat 1. I'm gonna burn my last luck point because
Okay.
it seems like something I'm gonna need a decent initiative for. That's now a 13.
13? Okay. So I got Matrix, Terry. You said 13?
Yeah.
And Gabi, you got 13 too, right?
15.
15. Okay. So then Gabi, then Felonius. All right. So top of the round. Lucky enough, you guys, is Matrix. All right, so I'm gonna send a pic of the map. You guys are in the bottom right corner where the little like the dashed lines, those are the stairs leading down. I mean, that's a short set of stairs, but those are the stairs leading down into the cavern. The giant black block is the dragon. Those the black outline circles are stalagmites, and then the gray pools in the top right corner and top left corner are just pools of water. I mean, it's not like deep or anything; it's just like little cavernous ponds. Each block is 5 feet, per the usual. So, Matrix, what would you like to do?
Okay, so what is the distance between me and the dragon?
You and the dragon is about like between 80 and 90 feet from what you can ascertain visual range.
80 to 90 feet. Okay. Well, I think I will. Well, I got a movement speed of 45, so I will go ahead and use my full movement to go 45 feet. Then I will use a step of the wind, which I'll burn a key point to take the dash action as a bonus action, which will put me 90 feet. Would that put me within melee range of this guy?
That will. And I think I had you as. I had you as orange. Okay. So you're orange. So that does put you. You are right within melee range of the dragon.
So 2 attacks, 29 and 24 to hit.
Both hit.
Okay, and let's see here. The first one is 12 damage. And the second is 8. So a total of 20 damage from 2 blows from the quarterstaff.
All right. Yeah, so you just sprint up with borderline unnatural speed and just thwack, thwack right into its tree trunk of its front leg. And it just kind of looks down at you and just lets out this low guttural growl. And if you could see a dragon smirk, it smirked. Anything else you want to do?
I want to take a free action to flip off the smirking dragon as I.
If you have ever heard a dragon chuckle, it chuckled. All right, Terry, you are up. So you're at the stairs at the bottom right of the map. And you just watch Matrix sprint up with uncanny speed and take some two good hits at this large dragon. I mean, it's standing about 15 to 20 feet tall over this little monk.
Terry will, I guess, kind of make his way. Probably. So we're at the bottom of the steps. You said.
Yeah.
So Terry is going to make his way. Oh, probably like 20 feet, like straight ahead. I think if that's right, yeah, maybe 20 feet or so, just straight ahead, and he's gonna grab his coin on his chest and just kind of kneel down onto one knee, taking his shield and kind of digging it into the ground, and eyes closed, and to just say, "Black Beth, please guide me." And then you'll start to see kind of just maybe like, oh, I don't know where it would be, maybe let's just say maybe like 30. It's a range of 90 feet, so maybe like from where I am to maybe like kind of the center of the room. Maybe on the other side of that stalagmite, I guess where I would be.
Mm-hmm.
You see kind of forming, like almost like kind of like stars, like starting to form, all like coming out of nowhere, out of the darkness to light up, and you just see these wings pop up out of nowhere, and takes an angelic form with an bow and arrow.
Okay. He's summoning Celestial.
You know it.
All right. So I'm gonna your Celestial is gonna be the yellow marker. So just on the other side of the stalagmite in front of you.
Correct. Yes.
All right. All right. So anything else you do after you summon him, or is that your like a full action to?
It's a full action to summon him, but his initiative takes is basically my initiative. So like he follows, I think, directly after me.
Okay. Oh yeah. So unless you have a bonus action you want to do, you can have the Celestial do something.
Sure. Yeah, I don't. No bonus action for me. But just to kind of move on to the celestial. Um, the celestial is just going to kind of focus its gaze, kind of like a stoic gaze, right at this creature, and pull kind of from its back. You see like a quiver, and like you don't see any arrows in it, but it's like they almost like manifest with like kind of these lights kind of forming them, and he grabs them and pulls it back to take a shot at this dragon here. A couple of shots, I think. I think he's got multi attack.
Yeah, it's a multi attack. What level did you cast it at?
That's level 5.
Level 5. So you get 2 attacks with the Celestial.
All right. So, oh gosh, here we go. So 2 hits. Let me just. That is. Oh my gosh. So weapon attack. So and then my spell modifier. So that's a +5, I think. Spell attack modifier. Yeah. Oh wait, is that modifier or spell attack? It says modifier.
I think it's for your spell. I think it takes your spell attack modifier for that spell. So it'd be
Okay, gotcha. So
plus
it'd be
whatever plus your spell, like whatever the roll is plus your spell attack modifier.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So we'll do 2 attacks. So let's just do them right here and make sure. 1d20 plus 9. Come on, Celestial. Only 15 on that one.
So the first attack misses. So he pulls back this golden radiant arrow, and it just streams forth quickly and just kind of glances off this shadowy red black scale armor.
Oh, all right. Let's try one more time, please. Dirty 20?
Dirty 20 hits. Roll me some damage.
So that is going to be 2d6 plus 2. All right. +2, and then I have to add spell levels radiant damage. Okay, so 5. So I'm just going to do +7 for that instead of the +2. So total of 10 radiant damage.
All right.
Oh no, it's not all radiant. I don't think it's. Is it or
I think it's all radiant. Pretty sure.
it is all radiant? Okay. And yeah, 10 points of radiant damage, and I don't think I'm going to do anything else with the celestial.
All right. So the first radiant, golden bright arrow glances off its thick hide, but the second one strikes true in its torso, and it flinches a little bit, but then it kind of just growls and shakes it off and kind of glances back over towards you, noticing the more people rolling in to this arena. Um,
Nice. I can imagine like this. I mean, this being a concentration spell, so this would wipe off of the charm person on the butler there. So I can imagine him kind of
Oh,
snapping and being like,
yeah.
"Wait, whoa, what the fuck?"
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot this was concentration too. So yeah, the charm person spell drops, and this guy sitting at the entrance kind of the fog lifts off of him, and he looks around and notices this giant fucking. Actually, no, he can't even see it because he's a human. He just hears the guttural roars and the beginning sounds of combat and just starts panicking, and he's like struggling against his binds again. But so that ends Celestial's turn. Next up, it's going to be a layer action. Um, so the party here, some of you see, and the rest of you hear just another loud, guttural, intense roar that just shakes this entire cavern. Pebbles fall loose from the ceiling and drop down onto the ground. But I need. Um, Matrix and Terry to make strength saving throws as the shadows kind of spread out from this the giant dragon, and kind of you watch these kind of tendrils of shadows slide across the ground and reach out towards you and start to form up around your legs, and it's just like almost these shadowy hands kind of reach up to grasp you. Matrix, that is a failure.
I'm sure my -1 is going to be really helpful here.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, so these shadowy hands form out of the ground and wrap around your legs and up your torsos and constrict you as the hands clasps onto your torsos. You each take 16 necrotic damage. Oh no, I'm sorry, not yet. That was my fault. It's at the start of your next turn. But for now, you are restrained as these shadowy tendrils wrap around you and hold your bodies tight. And next up is the dragon. Unfortunate for you. Matrix. Trying to remember if Shane gets advantage on attacks. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Yep. So Matrix, this giant behemoth of a dragon turns back towards you and lets out a very condescending chuckle as it speaks some language that you do not understand, except Terry, you understand it. Looks down at Matrix and says, "Hello, little one." And it's going to attack you with a bite and 2 claw attacks. So for the bite, does a hit. It's a 31 hit.
Oh, for sure. Just barely though.
That's higher. That's already hit.
I would say yes. Both hit.
It's a 16 hit.
You say 16?
Yeah.
Nope, not that one.
Okay. Well, a bite attack and 1 claw attack hit. All right. So that is a 2d. That is 10. That's 18 piercing damage for the bite attack, and that was a low roll. 11 slashing damage for the claw attack. And it just kind of reaches down and just snarls and lashes out at you with its giant maw and takes a chunk out of your side and then slashes twice, but you're barely able to deftly dodge the first claw attack, but the second one strikes true. And that is its turn. It's going to stay there snarling at you. Next up is Gabi. You are standing at the entrance. He's in a pick in the map. But you are standing at the entrance of this stairwell. You just noticed your good friend Matt just got sliced and diced a little bit, and Terry summoning a celestial, this glowing divine being into existence as he shoots a couple arrows into this dragon. What do you want to do?
Gabi is going to be first afraid there by the, there's a dragon. But then he sees his friends in trouble and remembers the dragon that destroyed his tribe, which just pisses him off. So he flies into a rage.
Yes.
And he charges at the shadow holding the nearest person and tries to hit it.
All right. All right, so the closest person to you would be Terry, who is restrained by the shadow. Interesting. Trying to strike it. Okay. Give me an attack roll. I'm going to make the DC a little bit high because you're trying to hit the shadow and not hit Terry. And then depending on that, we'll kind of move forward. See if you can get him out.
26.
26. Okay, so easy enough. You kind of you hit the shadow and kind of slice through it. Terry, I'm gonna let you roll a strength check with advantage, seeing as he just kind of ran up and on his turn kind of slice at this. Was not expecting this. I'm kind of rolling with it. Oh no.
Very so strong.
No. So you help to kind of loosen it, but Terry's still unable to break free at this time. But you still have the rest of your turn. I'm sure. Yeah, I think you have another attack and more movement because you only moved about 15, 20 feet to get in there. So is there anything else you want to do?
Well, I only have 35, so I don't think I could get really within 30 feet of the dragon. So I guess he would, since he didn't actually make contact, if you'd let a follow up of him just trying to push Terry.
Yeah, because I mean you have two attacks. So yeah, I let you follow up with another to see if you can kind of still help and break him out. Yeah, so give me another attack roll.
That'd be 23.
Okay. Terry, give me another strength check with advantage.
Oh God.
I am lowering the DC as this goes because he is kind of helping you and he's already slashed at it with expert precision the first time. 26 was a very good roll. All right, I'm gonna say that's enough. With the slashing and the shoving out of there, you are knocked prone, Terry, but you are free of the restrained. So next round, you'll be able to stand up for half your movement, but you are no longer restrained.
And I'll use the rest of my 35 feet to charge towards the dragon.
All right, so you got like. Yeah, so you're kind of standing kind of just behind the Celestial at this point. All right, so next up is Thelonious.
Alrighty. Question. I am blue. I do
Yes.
not see a blue dot on the map.
You are not yet because you guys were all standing at the dashed lines in the bottom right corner is
Word.
like the stairway leading into here. So you guys are kind of like all at that line starting out essentially and then
Word.
moving in.
That's what I assumed. Just wanted to confirm. And let's see here. Just want to check some distance. Alright, can I get within 60 feet of this creature with 25 feet of movement?
What's your movement speed again?
25.
Yeah, you can get within 25 feet.
Perfect. I would like to do so, preferably keeping distance from my friends. Because I don't want to set up a cone.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm using two computers to like
You're
keep
good.
this information, and one of them locked, so I had to unlock it. Okay, so you want to move within 60 feet of the creature, but you want to keep distance from the rest of your party to get out of
Yeah.
cone.
So, like, I guess I'll hang toward the left as I'm coming into the room, so that we're not all just like bunched up. But once I'm in that 60-foot range, sir, I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw from this dragon.
I don't know if... Let me see. You said 25 feet of movement you have?
Yeah.
I don't think you can get within 60 feet without, like, you can't stay away from your party.
Oh, no worries. Fuck it, YOLO. Just
And-
get me in range. 60 feet.
Yeah.
Give me a wisdom saving throw. It was wishful thinking, but who knows what's going to happen.
All right. So, yeah, you're gonna have to be like up sort of near Gabi in order to get within 60 feet.
Totally fine.
Wisdom saving throw. is- Oh, that's not good. 16.
You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, is it
16
exactly
again.
16?
Do I have anything that can drop that by 1? God damn it.
Anyone have any reactions that can drop it?
Uh,
I don't think you have a bard with cutting word. Yeah, no. If you had a bard with cutting,
son of a bitch. Yep. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Can't believe that almost worked. I was going to attempt to polymorph you, but
oh shit!
instead, I imagine you shake that off. I'm going to drop a sorcery point for a quicken spell. And Felonius just kind of like, oh, god damn it. Well, Maurice, you know what to do. And he picks his hammer up, holds it over his head, and it starts to like brilliantly glow. And the light travels down his arm and across his body toward Maurice, and then Maurice's mouth opens, and a bolt of light just comes ripping out toward the dragon. And I'm going to cast a 5th level guiding bolt.
All right,
Where did my d20 go? All right, here we go. Plus 8. 22?
that hits.
Fuck yeah. That's going to be 8d6 radiant damage.
Oh shit!
And I believe that gives advantage to the next person that attacks it.
It does.
Sick. All right. 8d6. 28 points of damage. And that'll be my turn.
All right. Well, it's at the end of this turn. End of your turn. It's going to use a legendary action to do a wing attack at Matrix. Sorry, the closest person. I need a dexterity saving throw, Matrix, with disadvantage because you are restrained.
Okay, so technically, I have equipped the ring of freedom of movement, and it prevents
Oh.
me from being magically restrained.
So you are not restrained. Okay. Yeah, so rewind. Redcon. These black tendrils move around you, and your whole form just kind of gets wrapped up, and then you just kind of vibrate at this like flash level speed, and the shadows dissipate, and you are no longer restrained. Uh, so dexterity and saving throw without disadvantage.
Oh man, even with a +9, I only ended up with a 12.
Great. All right, so you take 14 points of bludgeoning damage as he just kind of looks down at you and just beats his wings and kind of just fucking bitch slaps you like multiple times. So you take 15 points of bludgeoning damage, or 14 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked prone. And then we're back to the top of the round, actually, to you, Matrix. So you just got knocked on your ass, taking some damage. What are you gonna do?
First I'll use half my movement to stand up, get up from prone, so he's not getting any advantage or anything. Then I think, let's see here. I have an ability like wholeness of body. It takes an action, but I essentially just kind of meditate a bit. I put the fist into the open hand and I bow my head ever so slightly and focus on my own wounds as they slowly begin to heal. And yeah, it's an ability called Wholeness of Body. It allows me to recover 30 hit points once per long rest.
All right. Any bonus actions?
Nope. Most of my sweet bonus actions require my attack. My standard action to be an attack action, so I'm gonna forego that for the time being.
All right. So you heal a bit. Y'all watch as Matrix stands up and takes a slow bow, and you see his bruises and cuts slowly start to stitch themselves back to normal. Next up is Terry.
All right. So I think Terry is prone, so I think he's going to get back up.
All right, so that's half your movement.
Is there a way that I can? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. Is there with half my movement? So well, geez, I only have 25 feet of movement too.
So yeah, like
So
10 feet left.
so is there any way for me to get, I guess, within like 30 feet of Matrix? I think it'll be close. I might be just shy.
If you used so you got like 10 feet, then action to dash, you'd get 5 to. Yeah, if you use your movement and then an action to dash, you can get like right in front of your celestial, and then you'd be within 30 feet of Matrix.
Dang nabbit. All right. I guess I'm gonna use my normal remaining movement to get closer to him. However possible. I guess maybe just straight up.
Like towards the top of the map, or like towards where the rest of the party is. Between
So I am.
your
Wait.
green.
Oh shit! I'm green.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Oh, I'm way off then. Okay, so let's go. Oh man, dumb dwarf. Let's see. um, I guess. God damn it. Let's go to the left.
Right.
I won't actually go up, but just side.
Alrighty.
And then from there, I am going to cast a guiding bolt at the 4th level at him.
What's the range on guiding bolt? It's like
120 feet.
Oh yeah, easy enough.
Or 120, sorry.
Yeah, you can make that.
So we are looking at 26 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
And then 7d6. So 23 points of damage.
Oh wait, actually, you have advantage on that because of Felonius used a guiding bolt. So roll that again, see if you get a nat 20.
Ooh, all right, let's see. Roll it here. Nope, that was a 22.
All right. 26 damage is still good.
Not bad.
Or 23.
So, yep, 23 points on that. And I think that'll end his turn. He's going to grab his holy symbol and kind of yell to his angelic entity over there and just say, "Strike him down."
All right. So next up is actually the Celestial. So what would you like him to do?
The Celestial is going to. Oh, if I had just thought this through, I'm going to just have him knock, I guess, a couple arrows at this guy. Just kind of manifest some arrows out of the darkness and shoot a couple.
All right. Give me some attack rolls.
Okay, so. Oh, God damn it. That is not the right spell. Okay, so with the bow, we are looking at 20 plus modifier 9, so 21 to hit.
That hits.
All right, 21, and I'm just going to roll the other attack just to fucking roll it all out. And actually, the same exact thing, 2 21s.
Nice.
Okay, so and that'll be 2d6 plus 7. All right.
Minus 16. Oh, yeah. It's 30 damage. All right.
3 point. And I think that'll do it.
All right. Yeah. So you see this Celestial just pull back this golden arrow made out of just pure divine energy 2 times and just fire off these shots in quick succession. And they both land true. And this giant dragon made out of these coalescing shadows of red and deep black just screeches out loudly, very angrily as you get some 2 good shots in there. All right, so next up, the lair action. All right, so as you all kind of look on after this dragon gets struck twice with these golden arrows, it just kind of slowly just growls and then just dissipates into the shadows behind it. And for a moment you're confused, like where the fuck did it go? Until Terry, you hear this low growl behind you. And this giant dragon just appears immediately behind you. And then it is its turn. It is going to make its multi-attack at you. So it's 3 attacks, 1 bite, 2 claws. You've been one to do some decent damage to it so far, so it's getting a little revenge. It is a 18 hit.
That is a miss.
All right. Oh, that's a fucking 2. So 16 misses. How about a 26?
Yeah, just get me.
All right. So your spidey sense tingles as you feel this shadowy giant mass appear behind you, and you kind of duck quickly as its giant toothy maw clamps shut in the place you were a moment ago, and then it swings down with its claw and it misses again, but then the final strike with its other claw comes down and scratches you across the back for 16 slashing damage. And that is its turn. Next up is Gabi. The shadowy dragon was in front of you, but moments ago. And then you hear this clanging, scratching and screeching of claws against metal armor behind you. What do you want to do?
Well, seeing that the dragon is now closer, Gabi stops, turns around, and just babbling, charges at it. Take 2 swings with his great axe.
All right, give me some attack rolls.
Reckless.
Reckless. All right.
The first one is 29. And the second is 23.
Both hit. Yeah, give me some damage.
First one is going to be 10 plus 9 for 19 points slashing. The second one is 12 points slashing. And then as a bonus action, with my Battle Rager armor, I can make a melee weapon attack with my armor because of the spikes.
Oh yeah.
So that'll be only 17 to hit.
That misses.
I figured.
Yeah. So you take 2 good swings with your battle axe and then kind of go to like shoulder bash with your spiky armor, and he just kind of lifts up his paw and just out of the way and dodges. But you landed some good hits, and it's growling down at you now too. This epitome of your worst fears, shadow and dragon, all in one, glaring down at you.
And that'll end my turn.
All right. Next up is Felonious. It's an updated pick now that the dragon has moved.
I don't know if this would count or help at this point, but with my guiding bolts, would he get advantage on one of those?
Oh, he would have gotten advantage on his first attack.
Oh,
So,
gotcha. He hit, right? Yeah.
if you want to roll again, thank you for catching that. If you want to roll again, see if you get a natural.
It was reckless, so it was advantage anyway.
Okay,
Oh, okay. All
good
right.
catch.
I just remembered.
All right, just an updated pick. Felonious.
All right. Fun stuff. So he's super close now. That's really cool. Well. God damn it. All right, pull the trigger. Fuck it. Let's go. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. That is. Oh no. Not one for an 8.
Fuck yes. You, sir. What creature do I want you to be? I'm going to go with a gopher. So you see Felonious kind of takes his hammer, sets it on the ground for a quick second, and just kind of really stares at the dragon. And Maurice is staring, and they both just nod at the same time, and all of a sudden, this dragon just starts to warp and twist and shrink, and then just gopher. And he calls out, "Get it, but don't hurt it!"
Right. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry.
Oh, what happened?
He's gonna use a legendary resistance and succeed.
Son of a bitch.
I was just thinking that.
I was
Yeah.
wondering, because there have been other saves so far, but god damn it. Alright, fair enough. I was hopeful that adult dragons don't have one. I was trying to wrap this shit up.
It starts to slowly transform, and then it just kind of shakes its whole body and growls and glares at you angrily as the transformation ceases.
Well, fuck this thing. I'm gonna cast another quickened level 5 guiding bolt, because that's the best thing I can do. I don't trust that necrotic damage works against shadow dragons, so radiant it is. And he'll channel another one. He'll pick his hammer back up, start channeling, and yet again, Maurice will open his mouth and a bolt of radiant light will rip out. Let's see. Where's my d20? Alright. That is a 23 to hit. 15.
That definitely hits.
Alright. 8d6 and advantage on the next attack against it.
Ooh, nice damage.
29 radiant damage, sir.
All right, as this brilliant beam of divine light, radiant light, bursts from your hands angrily because it resisted your spell, splashes across his chest, and the shadows kind of, scatter around where this light hits, and it kind of lets out like a deep, like it kind of gets some deep breaths, and it's starting to show some wear and tear. You guys are doing some damage. Back at the top of the round, Matrix.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna try to burn some of this thing's legendary resistances. With my 45 feet of movement, can I get back within melee of this dragon?
Yes. Yeah, you can kind of like move around towards like on the opposite side of where Terry is. Get over there with 45 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna take 2 attacks. First with my quarterstaff. I'm gonna roll these out. The first one is a 14 to hit. The second one is a 23 to hit.
Second one hits.
Okay, so with that, I will hold on, let me roll this down. That is 7 bludgeoning damage, and I'm going to burn a key point to make that a stunning strike. And so I will need a con save from you.
Alrighty. That is a 12. It's gonna burn a legendary resistance.
Okay, yeah, DC
Yeah,
16. So,
yeah.
all right, with that, I am going to burn an additional key point to make 2 more unarmed attacks. So, once again, I give a 1-2 with the quarterstaff, then toss this quarterstaff into the air and give a 1-2 punch. First one is going to be 13 to hit, so I assume that misses. Second one is going to be 27 to hit.
That hits.
So we're looking at 10 total damage for the second hit. And as the monk subclass that I picked, Way of the Open Palm, when I hit somebody with a flurry of blows, I can force either a dexterity or a strength saving throw. I'd say in this case, dexterity versus being knocked prone. So it's DC 16 dex save from the dragon.
DC 16. That is a 14. It's gonna burn a legendary resistance to auto succeed.
Okay, and that's all I got.
Alrighty. Next up is it's going to use a legendary action at the end of your turn to make another wing attack. This time it's going to go for Gabi. Need a dexterity saving throw, Gabi.
Right. 15.
That is a failure. So that is a 2d6 plus 8. It is 17 bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked prone. And then it is
half that to 8.
yes, half that to 8. Yeah, because you're raging still. And you're knocked prone, and then it is Terry's turn. Sending an updated pick now.
All right. I think Terry's just gonna kind of keep on doing what he's been doing. He's gonna just keep blasting this motherfucker. But he's going to use up his last level 5 slot for a guiding bolt.
Nice. Yeah, spell attack roll. Let's get it.
Please hit his level 5 slot. God damn it. That is that. Nope. 11 will not hit that.
No.
Shit balls. Okay. So I guess after that, Harry's gonna mutter fucking shit at himself because he's so pissed off. And I guess once again call out to his celestial and just say, "Strike this dragon down."
All right, give me some
Like,
attack
trying to
rolls.
be brave. Like trying to look brave, but he's not. Like it's just you can tell he's probably pissed himself at this point. Now the dragon's literally right next to him. Okay, so I'll go to the celestial, and my little celestial friend will knock a couple back at this guy. Actually, is he? Let me see. Let me make sure.
He gets advantage on his first one.
Oh, he does. Okay.
I think we've been ignoring the Celestial for that advantage, so I'm sorry.
Now it's all good. Okay, so to hit is +9. So first attack, 19 hit.
Just hits.
Thank God. Okay, and second attack, that will not. Nope, that's a miss. So one attack will hit. Man, rough round. 2d6 +7. Wow, just a really bad round altogether on that one. 10 points of damage of that one. Radiant.
This arrow strikes true, and it kind of recoils back, and it's starting to look a little rough. It's oozing this black, shadowy ichor. As you strike it with this arrow.
Let me see. I don't think I can do anything else, but I just, for shits and giggles, I do want to see something, but I don't think I can. Nope, that's an action. Nope, that's it for, that's it.
All right. Alright, so it does a lair action to Are you still holding the torch? Claudius?
I would imagine it's in the room, but he's not holding it mid-combat.
Yeah, so with this shadowy just kind of ripple effect just kind of explodes out from the dragon and extinguishes all non-magical and magical sources of light within a 60-foot range. If they are magical, there's a con save, but I'm assuming the cantrip probably wouldn't be able to overcome this. So the torch laying on the ground back by the stairs is extinguished. So anyone without dark vision is currently blinded, but I think all of you have dark vision anyway.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So next up is the dragon. It is going to kind of seeing that it's kind of backed itself into a corner and it's taking some damage. It kind of pulls its head back, and you hear this kind of rumbling within its chest before it exhales this large cone of this black, this reddish tinged black fire out in front of it. And I need Felonius and Gabi to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, yay. Pretty sure I don't have... Yep, no bonus. Cool.
Natural 20 for 21.
All right, so you succeed.
That is a 16.
And you fail.
No. Because I am favored by the gods, sir. So, once per short rest, I can roll 2d4 and add it to a roll that failed. So that's a 3 and a 1, so plus 4, dirty 20.
All right, so you both succeed, so you take half damage. So 54, that's 27 fire damage to the both of you.
The clan I chose for Goblin has resistance to fire damage as well. So
You take
13.
12.
All right.
No, 13. 13, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, so you take 13. Felonius, you take 20, 27
Aye, aye.
fire damage. And that is its turn. Next up is Gabi, down to you.
Well, still rightfully pissed off. Going to take some swings. Reckless.
All right.
24 for the first hit.
That hits.
And 24 for the second.
Both hit. Give me some damage.
First one is going to be 14 points slashing. The second one is only 10 points slashing. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to take another swing with my gauntlet.
Nice.
And that's going to be a 19 to hit.
Just hits.
That's 1d4. Plus everything for 10 points piercing damage. Non-magical.
All right. Yeah, so you just, I mean, this thing is ginormous compared to you. So you're kind of like slashing at its ankle, but you're just kind of cleaving into its paw and ankle and then just punch it good with your spiked gauntlet. And it is bleeding profusely from that one leg right now. And it's kind of rearing its head back and letting out that awful, deep guttural wail.
And then it's my turn.
All right. It's going to use a legendary action at the end of your turn against you, Felonius. Oh, no, you're further away. Yeah, it's going to go for you again, Gabi, because you're doing some damage to it. Another wing attack, so I need another dexterity saving throw.
Nope.
All right, that's another 2d10. That's another 18 bludgeoning damage to half for 9, and you are knocked prone again. Then it is Felonius, your turn. Map hasn't changed, since the previous one.
All right.
It is
Well.
starting to get pretty beat up.
Yeah, when in doubt, just keep fucking blasting, right? I have some fun stuff that I could probably do, but it's really just going to prolong things. So, how about a little lightning? You need a dexterity saving throw from you, sir.
Alright.
I'm going to cast that at level 3.
The 3 lightning bolts. It is a 18 to save.
All right, half damage. Fair enough. 29. So 14 damage.
As you launch out this lightning bolt, and it just kind of jumps to the side a little bit, but you still strike it, streaks along its side, and does decent amount of damage. It's starting to look a little, pretty rough. You guys are fucking it up.
And for shits and giggles, he's gonna look at Maurice and be like, all right, I'm gonna need 2 hands for this one. And he puts him back in his pocket, pulls his regular hand out, grabs his hammer, and he's gonna summon a ball of light to his hand, toss it in the air, and just smack it with the hammer and send a quickened level 4 guiding bolt at this thing and hope it fucking hits. But I've been rolling dirt and switching die. Fuck. That is a 4 for a 12.
And that misses. Yeah.
Yep. I knew that was gonna happen. Oh well.
Yeah, he looks at you after getting hit with the lightning bolt, and then just this ball of light just kind of streaks by its head, and he doesn't even flinch.
And just be like, oh, son of a bitch. I threw out my back on that one. And he'll just use his movement to try to get to the, I guess, around the other side of these rocks.
All
Or
right.
stalagmites.
Gotcha. All right. So top of the round is Matrix. Dragon's looking a little rough in front of you. It's oozing this black ichor. Your friends are wailing on it left and right. It's blasting out this roiling black fire. What you gonna do?
Okay, I'm gonna tee off. I'm gonna start with the normal couple of quarterstaff attacks. Let's see. We are looking at a 27 and a 15 to hit.
27 hits.
Okay, so we'll go with 9 bludgeoning damage, and I'll burn another key point to do a stunning strike. That's a DC 16 con save.
Yeah, that saves.
Okay, so then I'll burn a bonus action to do a couple of melee strikes against him. That is probably a miss. 14 and let's see, 17 plus 9, so that comes out to be what? 26? Something like that. Yeah. Alright, and so that one will be 8 bludgeoning damage, and I will burn it's one of the abilities of the open palm, and I will force a dex save on the dragon versus being knocked prone by like a sweeping kick or something.
No need. How do you want to do this?
Oh, nice. Oh, so
It was exactly what you needed.
I feel like it's kind of like that moment in Star Wars where like Yoda's battling Count Dooku, and you just see like this small little creature bouncing around, pummeling the shit out of this dragon with his magical quarterstaff, just kind of bouncing to and fro quickly, and just thwack, 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 and beating this dragon senseless and into submission.
So you just dip, dive, duck, and dodge, and leap all around this dragon with your quarterstaff, and just land these strikes and all of its key points, and it's just freezes up, and you see its eyes roll back, and it just lands down with a heavy thud. Like ground vibrates all around you as this giant dragon just collapses to the floor, and you all take a second to like heave and sigh and take these deep breaths as the silence fills the room and this dragon is extinguished.
I would like to cast Revivify.
I stab Felonius.
No, I did take Animate Dead because I have access to cleric spells, and I was hoping to find bodies and build a small undead army tonight. And then I was looking at it and was like, oh, what if I could just fucking bring back the dragon for shits and giggles? That's a great way to end this. Nope, it's gotta be a small or medium humanoid.
Oh, that would be fun. Just march the dragon up to the manor.
So close.
Yeah, for the sake of time, I can streamline this ending, unless you guys want to do something in particular.
I'd say streamline away, but I'm only one of the few.
I'm down for streamlining because I have to be up in like 4 hours.
Yeah. All right, so essentially, you guys explore the room. You don't find much. It's nothing really. No sort of hoard or anything of the sort here. You do find a small pile of bones that were picked clean of something in the vague shape of a humanoid. Take all this information back to Lady Amblecrown, who is still fidgeting nervously in her drawing room, showing her the book and the black pearl earring that is identical to the one that she wears on her that she was wearing that Terry noticed. She kind of spills everything that her family had come into dire straits. She knew her grandfather had experimented in these mystic arcane arts. Never really didn't know much about it, just that she had somewhat of a knack for the ability of the arcane. Was hoping to find some sort of way to renew their name and their fortune, and accidentally opened up a portal to the Shadowfell, which inadvertently drew the attention of the adult shadow dragon, and her manservant was in unknowing, accidental. She didn't even kind of realize what she had done, but she was accidental loss through this. He got ate by the dragon. But, yeah, so she still offers you the reward. Gives you what's left in her coffers, and kind of a paltry sum to what you are normally accustomed to with your experience inventory party, but roughly around a 1,000 GP to split between the party. But she just kind of gives up and resides to selling her manor and the remaining, liquidating their assets. So it's kind of just at the end of the day, just an accidental. Oh shit! I accidentally summoned a fucking shadow dragon and killed someone, and she's gonna run off and, unless it is reported by the party, she's gonna run off and try and find some other way to survive after selling her assets, what little remains.
Well, hot damn, that was a good little session you put together there for us, Alec. What's the name of this one? You have a title for this?
Yes, it is. Oh shit, something to do with shadows. Sorry, I just closed that. Let me go back. Shadows in the cellar.
Nice. I'll write that down.
I was hoping to kill you guys with an adult red shadow dragon.
You came close. You took me down 50% of my HP almost in just the first round of combat. I was like, ooh, maybe second guessing running straight into combat. You know.
Yeah, you would have put me at half health if I didn't have my favor of the gods for that half damage. And I had burned all of my third, fourth, and fifth level spells by the end of that. So
Well, the module was like, oh, this is like a tier 3, which is like a party of like 4 or 5 levels, 11 to 16, and then it had it be a young red shadow dragon, and I was like, there's no fucking way. If these guys are a level, like if our party is a level 11 to 16, like they're gonna destroy a young dragon. So I was like, I'm gonna fucking make this a level 10, and I'm gonna make this an adult red dragon.
it felt well balanced. I mean, it makes sense
Yeah.
that a dragon would be able to take a caster down to half health in one easy hit. So, I mean, it felt dangerous, and dragons should.
Yeah, it was definitely well
Agreed.
balanced. I think.
Yeah, because
I
we took.
created.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say I created Gobby to be very tanky, so you get the usual resistances. Then with the Goblin I chose, it was fire resistance and psychic resistance.
Okay. Dude, when you said like when you were giving your character description and you're like, Gabi's afraid of shadows and dragons, I was like, oh man.
Yeah, I bet you got all excited from that.
Yeah, I was like, this is a shadow dragon. Oh shit, how perfect is this?
All right, boys. Well, it's been fun. Keep in touch. We'll do this again soon. Just a reminder, I'm not going to be around next week, so I'll be missing a week. So I'll get in touch with you guys soon, and I'll be in dire need of some click clacks. So
So
All
good.
right, yeah.
Yeah, great session, boys. We'll figure out what the plan is for next week. Sean, have a good vacation, man.
oh yeah, I'll take lots of pictures. Don't worry.
All right, catch you guys later.